Hey everybody, JB here. Welcome to the Riverbend Spring Supercut. This is parts 1 through 10 of the Riverbend Spring series. I thought you might want something to fall asleep to, so I put all the parts together, made one big long supercut. I want to put a thank you out to everybody who has liked the videos, subscribed to the channel, and viewed the videos. It means a lot to me to know that I'm doing something that somebody else is interested in. If you have any questions or want to know why I'm doing things the way I'm doing things in these videos, don't be afraid to leave me a comment. Even if it's a question about what type of microphone I'm using or what system I'm using to mix my videos, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. And if you're new to the channel or new to seeing my videos, please make sure that you like, subscribe, and share the videos. It helps me out a lot. Hit the notification bell, that way you're notified every time that I put out a new video or a new playlist. Thank you so much for watching again. I hope you enjoy the supercut, and as always, have a great day. Hey everybody, welcome to Riverbend Springs. Grandpa has just decided to retire, so I sold everything that I own to move out here and take over the family farm. Grandpa was gracious enough to give me a portion of what he made auctioning off his cattle and most of his equipment, with the exception of the combine harvester and the seeder. So I have just a little over $565,000 to get this farm back up and going and profitable. We're going to get started by purchasing some equipment to replace what he had auctioned off. I think I'm going to go with Massey Ferguson to start with. I like my Michelin tires. Front wheel fenders, peak and light. Let's give ourselves a little bit of window tint. Don't want to mess with the colors or anything. 97,000, and it's burned through quick. So now I need, let's go with a plow, because I don't really want to deal with weeds. I think my tractor can deal with 170, okay. So that'll work. And probably should get something to fertilize with. I'm partial to the Merland. Okay. We already have the harvester. I know there's some wheat already in the field, so don't know if I want to bale it or forage it. Let's forage it for right now. Get them Michelin tires on there. Don't need any silage additive. Okay. So that'll do for our equipment for right now. Well, I might need a wagon. Let's go with Massey wagon will work. Keep those VKTs up the capacity a little bit. Don't want to mess with the colors for that either. Alright. So, we just spent a good amount of money. Nothing really good on sale. Well, that 40 series. It's just a 40/40 though. Yeah, it's not going to do much for me. Okay. So let's tab over. Ooh, I know what I want. I forgot that one of the mods that I have installed is this Tree Be Gone. And my tractor's not powerful enough to run the original, so I gotta use the one that'll connect to a front loader. So
Remove shrubs, yes. This one I am going to change the color up on because that is a nasty green. And let's go with messy red. There we go. Oops, now I need a front loader to attach to my Massey. There we go. Which design do I like? I think the old school one will work. Guide pole, hydraulic connector, loader lights. Yep, that works. Okay. Alright. So let's get this stuff over to the farm and we can get started doing some actual farming. First mistake of the day, forgot to add the loader attacher to the tractor. So we'll go over here to the repair shop, hop out, and add the front loader attacher to the tractor. 1,500 bucks. Okay, not too bad. Got some of our equipment over here. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the trailer here for a minute while we go ahead and drop the plow. Oops. I don't need this right now, so I'm just going to stick it right here. Go back and make another run. Just about to pull in with the last of our equipment. Then we can get to actually doing something today. Alright, let's drop the forage wagon off right here. And fertilizer will stick over by the tree. Alright. So the next thing we're going to be doing is harvesting what's left of the crops in the field. So grab my wagon, get that ready while we go over to our harvester. Started on our wheat field. Make sure that we can drop some straw. Get the GPS going here. First couple of rows and then let the AI worker finish it up. Just getting ready to finish up the second hedgerow. The reason I like doing the hedgerows myself is the AI worker just tends to make a mess of it. So what I'll do now that we're getting to the just up and downs, go ahead and get the AI worker going and he can finish doing what I started. Where's he going? you going, dude? Oh. Apparently I missed a spot. I literally just got done telling you that the AI worker makes a mess of these fields and stuff, and here I am missing spots, and the AI worker has to go back and clean it up for me. Well, we'll just let the AI worker do his thing here, and I'll find something else to do. I guess I'm gonna have to bring the wagon over here in a minute so that I can unload him while he's moving. Get the wagon over there so I can get him unloaded. After this trip, he'll need to be unloaded maybe one more time, or I could move him on to the next field. Oh, don't hit me! Ah, he hit me. So we'll pay attention to what the AI worker's doing while we go ahead and do something else. There's a lot of trees out here that are kind of pain in the butt where they're located. So I'm grabbing our front loader with our tree gone. We're gonna do some tree trimming while he's out doing his thing. First tree on my list is this one here. Gone. Sometimes with this tree gone, it breaks up the tree into tiny little pieces, and you got to go around and try to find all the pieces. Get that out of there. And I think that's it for this side. On the other side, there's a couple of trees right next to the dirt road I want to get rid of. This one here. Get that out of there. Cut the fence. Then over on this side, for whatever reason, we've got a little area here where Grandpa's building a shed. I don't think we're going to be completing that shed for Grandpa. I think it's going to cost too much to get done. Take out those trees. Maybe take out this tree. Come out. Go. Got rid of all that. You know what? While we're here, let's go ahead and get rid of this. Yeah, I don't need that shed. And bees. Yeah, I don't really want the bees. Get rid of all these beehives. This little silo is not helping anything. Okay. That's it for the tree be gone for right now, so why don't we just go ahead and put this away. Stick it right here. I think the combine harvester is going to be okay without needing to be unloaded again before he's done, so I'm going to go ahead and get started plowing our field down here on the other side of the road. Whoa, took a turn way too fast. Now, when it comes to doing plowing or seeding, the AI worker actually does better than I can ever do. I always tend to mess this up, so I have no problem letting the AI worker get this part done. Just make sure he gets started. There we go. So I've got stones, field stones turned off. I also have crop destruction turned off and lime turned off. So the only thing I really have to worry about with the fields is weeds and damage from weather. You know, I figure that way give myself a little bit of an advantage when I'm going through, maybe save me a little bit of money. That's a nice looking tractor. I love the fact that while they're plowing, you can see all the springs moving and everything on the shanks. Where are you going? Oh, okay. Didn't start at the beginning, I guess. Yeah, look at the springs move. That is pretty cool. This Massey Ferguson is a mod, but it looks amazing on the inside. Sound is awesome. Got your little buddy seat there. Yeah, I really like that tractor. Combine harvester is almost done with this field. AI worker has done his job. Alright, so now go ahead and get him unloaded. Put my pipe out. Put into the trailer here. Hopefully he doesn't have more than what the trailer will hold. It's gonna be close. Yep, just 400. You gotta be kidding me. Alright, so we'll take our combine all the way over to the silo. Get it unloaded there. $400 and some liters. Ridiculous. And we'll go over to the last field that we've got to harvest, which is our canola field. Go ahead and get this started. With the canola field, we can't get any straw off of it, so we're just going to have to deal spreading it out. I decided to just finish up the canola field myself while the AI worker was working on plowing. Don't have a wagon to put this into, so I guess I can go right over to the silo, put this canola away. Right about now, we need to start thinking about what we're gonna do to make money around here. Are we just gonna rotate crops and sell those off for money once a year, or are we gonna try to do a production to make some money year round? We're all done with this for today. Put it away. Alright. And let's go see what our other AI worker is doing. Wow, made pretty good progress. That plow's not very big. So, doing some good work over there. So now we need to start deciding what we want to do. Still got some straw to pick up. But I think what I'm going to do, first of all, is plow these three fields together so that we have one big field. And then we have this field off to the side. But what are we going to plant? And what are we going to do? I've got enough money to where I can afford a production. I've already got canola, I've already got wheat. I don't think I'm gonna do cattle right away, so let's go ahead and sell this for a little extra money. 7,500 bucks. Okay. Whatever. And I don't think I'm gonna do anything that requires water, so I can get rid of this water tank. You know, let's clean up the farm just a little bit. Go around, get rid of stuff that we don't need. This little farmer's kiosk, we don't need that. We already cleaned up all the beehives and everything. Got this little shed over here that's not good for anything. I think that's it. Oh, yeah, I got this other shed over here. It's not really good for anything. Get rid of that. Alright, so let's look at productions and see what we can do here. So bakeries, cement factory, carpentry. Oh, you know what? I haven't tried. I just downloaded it the other day. The malt beverage factory. So that's just wheat, barley, water, and sugar. And I just got rid of my water tower. Oh well. It produces, what is that, pig food? Produces pig food? Interesting. Turn this into a pig farm? Wonder how much it actually produces. Because there's no way to find out unless we actually build it. It looks like all the triggers are towards this side. Okay, let me turn snapping on. like to get things straight. And where do I want to put this? Not up there. Where that was. I think I want to level that out first. Yeah. Let's level this area out first before we put anything down. Seems alright. Go through and soften it up a little bit. If you don't do this kind of thing, your buildings can be have like ridges around them when they're placed. It's only 42,000 too. So let's go with this. I'm gonna be making some beer. Look at that. Alright. So we're gonna make beer. Sounds good to me. And let's just see what we gotta do to get this thing running. So you got dark malt, which is barley, water, and sugar. And then you got sparkling malt light, which is just wheat and water. And it produces pig feed. Huh. Okay, maybe we can turn this into a pig farm. Let's fix the water situation. I've got just the thing. Got another mod here that is a water distributor. Where do I want to put this? Right next to it? No. Up here. Why don't we put it behind this shed here? Like right up in this corner. Out of the way. There we go. And then what we do is we go into this production. And what it is, it's basically a windmill that charges your pump, and your pump pumps water, but we can set this to distributing and get it going. And it doesn't cost us anything to pump out the water. And what that'll do is that'll automatically pump the water to our malt beverage factory. It says 2,400 cycles a month, so we'll see something probably in the next game day in our beverage factory. Our AI workers still working on this field. Looks like they're making their last pass. Bring it back after they're done. We'll get some more stuff cleaned up. Alright, our AI worker is just about done with this field. Just last a little bit. But this is what I mean, how it takes the AI workers so long to get done on the headlands. They just have to readjust themselves a couple of times to get everything they need to get. So That's why I tend to do the headlands myself, especially when it comes to harvesting. Like I said, when it comes to plowing or seeding, I don't really mind too much, just because I suck at doing it. Even with the GPS, I mess it up. So, alright. You know what, before I start plowing all this, set that down. Let's go ahead and get this wheat over to our new factory. So we can get that going. Start making a little money if we can. Okay. Now, let's get our 400 liters out of the silo here. Every little bit counts. Yeah, that was totally worth it. Get that in there. I don't understand why it's doing that. That's going to be irritating if that continues. We can leave our trailer here for now. And let's get some straw. Go ahead and forage this. This is just the easiest way to pick up straw. I don't like dealing with bales and stuff if I don't have to. Even though it'd probably be easier for transport and stuff, but okay. Make sure we're picking everything up, and we are. So go ahead and get this foraged. Go to the next step. Okay, we're almost done with our first load of straw here. Now, I just thought of something. A little bit of a dilemma. We don't have anywhere to store this. So, what I think I'm gonna do is just drive down to the animal dealer and sell it as I get a wagon load. It's gonna be a lot of traveling back and forth, but I don't know, maybe 2-3 loads. But it'll give us a couple extra $1,000 to work with. I mean, the difference between selling it off season and when it's actually worth the most isn't too much. So I think just getting rid of it now is probably our best option. Maybe later down the line I'll take a look at maybe baling and holding on to it, or maybe getting a silo that can hold it. I don't think there is a straw production mod that I can use. But I'll do some looking and see in the mod hub. We'll just take it over load by load into the animal dealer. See how much we get for a load here. Is that a little over about $1,600? Not bad. I mean, it's not great, but it's not bad. Alright, just finished up clearing all the straw out of this field. Not quite a full second load, but we're gonna go and get this sold off. Probably get at least 1,000 out of it. Down at the animal dealer. Looks like, yeah, just over $1,000. So again, not bad, but not great. A couple extra $1,000 in our pocket for doing straw. Forage wagon will pay for itself in about 20 harvests. So we're back on the farm from dropping off all this straw. Let's stick the forage wagon right here, and we'll go finish our plowing. So we'll go ahead and plow these 2 fields that we've harvested. Let the AI worker do that, and then I'll come back through and combine the 3 fields, and then we'll get ready for planting, which I think we can't do until September. I'll have to check on that. Yeah. Barley is September. Wheat is September. I think I'm just going to do wheat to begin with, because the light version just needs wheat and water, but the dark version needs wheat, barley and sugar, and I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to get the sugar outside of buying it, because I really don't want to do a sugarcane field. That's a whole other animal right there. But as you can see, we got our wheat in there, but still no water. I guess it's not producing water very quickly. Must be it just waits until the end of the month to transfer it over. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it. See how she goes. I'll bring you back after we're done plowing these 2 fields. The worker is just about ready to finish this field. And we're going to get ready to combine all 3 fields together. So let's mosey on over here. And the way I like to do this, I'll line myself up, create fields on, drop down. Alright. Just make sure I can create a straight line just like that. Look at that. Pretty. Come over here, do the same thing. Perfect. So I'll do the same thing to the other side. Get rid of this while I'm heading down there. Straight line. I'm OCD when it comes to fields. Like I'll literally go around a field if I create a brand new field, and I'll make sure that it's squared off. If the land is enough to where I can make it square, I'll make it square. It's just one of my things. So I'll finish up this strip, and then I'll work on the other strip, bring it back when it's done. Just like that, 3 fields becomes one big field. Finish up the last little bit here. Don't screw up on the last little bit. And we are done. Take a look at that. 3 fields is now one nice big field. We have 2 decent sized fields to work with. Alright. So can't plant until tomorrow, so I'm gonna do a little bit of cleanup around the farm. I really don't like this shed. It's way too big for just a harvester. So I'm going to get rid of that. And I wanted to put in location for us to buy seeds, so I don't have to keep going back and forth. So that's our seed pile, and this is our fertilizer pile. Too close. So that I don't have to keep buying seeds and driving back and forth, so keep those there. As far as replacing that for somewhere for that combine to go, let's get this combine out of the way. Look to see what kind of shed we can put in here. Something that's just big enough for the combine. So let's look here. Got a bunch of these Horman sheds. I don't need anything that big. The thing I don't like about the Hormans is that this new set that came out, you can't take the solar panels off. And they all look new. think I'm going to have a hard time finding a shed that's just big enough for this harvester. Other than what we already had. No. I wonder if I have anything in tools. Sometimes some of the sheds that you download from the mod hub will have sheds in them. No. Guess the toss up between the Kwanzaa and what we already had. Well, let's do this. Let's take what we already had. Because you never know, I might buy a bigger combine later on. And just move it forward a little bit. Then under tools, got this thing, which I really like. It's got your maintenance area, a power washer, and a fuel tank. So you can do all three without having to buy separate things. We can stick this right at the end of the shed. Yeah, I like that. Maybe put some gravel down this way. Yeah, that's not bad. There. Doesn't look too bad. And that way I've still got room to put something here if I want to. Still a big shed just for a combine. But, oh well. Doesn't bother me any. We'll just stick the combine back in here. Who knows? Maybe I'll think of something else to stick in there. Alright, so let's get this tractor. Now that I've got that power wash station, I can take this equipment over. Stick it up here. Go ahead and fill this diesel tank. Take my power washer and spray off my plow, since we're going to put that away here shortly. Not going to need this again until next season. There. Nice and shiny. And it needs a little bit of repairs, so go ahead and repair it. I'm I'm not worried about the paint. It's like the biggest waste of money. And I don't know if this will fit in here. It will, but do I want to block off the entire area like that? I don't think so. So we're just going to stick it in here. Put it far enough back so that we're not blocking any doors. And then since planning is the next thing that we're going to do, go ahead and get this planter. And Grandpa still has a sack of seeds. You see, right now this planter doesn't have the fertilizer included in it. So what we're going to do is this planter will come with a fertilizer unit, but you have to buy it. Grandpa was not able to buy it when he bought the thing, so we'll go ahead into this maintenance area, fertilizer unit, and we'll add that on. See how it adds it to it. Extra $5 grand. Alright. Now we can put solid fertilizer in there. So I can take it over to our newly purchased fertilizer filler. Get that filled up with fertilizer. Top off the seeds. There we go. And we are ready for planting. Okay, so the only thing else I wanted to do today was to clean up all the rest of this equipment just hanging around. So I'm not going to need this forage wagon. So let's put this forage wagon. Let's see if we can stuff it into the barn here. I think it should fit. Oh yeah. Look at that. Like a glove. It's almost too perfect. Then what do we got? Fertilizer, spreader. Can go ahead and fill that up while we're here. Get that all full of fertilizer. There we go. Kind of slow. I guess it is a lot of fertilizer. Alright, so now that's ready to go when we need it. That'll be the month after we do our seeding. So we can just set that there for right now. We've already put away our loader, so I can close that. Our trailer we're not going to need for a little... Oop, there is a fuel tank there. Well, I wonder if there's fuel in it. Nope. Alright. Back off of that. Go into construction. And let's get rid of the fuel tank. Let's, we're not going to need this wagon trailer for anything anytime soon, so go ahead and put this away. I'll stick it right in here on the other side of our loader. These little wagons are harder to back up than the big wagons. Doesn't really take much steering to manipulate them. If you go slow and just take your time, get it in there just right. Okay, so I can close this up, close that up. Don't think I'm going to be putting anything through there. And don't think I need to put anything there. Alright, so yard is cleaned up. All of our equipment is away, with the exception of what we still need to use. So I'm going to go ahead and fast forward a month, and we'll get to seeding. We are in the next game day, September. This is when we need to do all of our seeding for our wheat. What I'll do is I'll go over to our second field first, get the AI worker doing his thing. Then I've got to do some checking on our production to see if we can get that started. Hopefully we'll have some water in there. The water's actually distributing like it should. So, go. Make sure he's done getting started here. And we're off. We are seeding. Excellent. Alright, so now this production, I want to take a look at a couple of things. Number one, when is the best time to sell our product? So you have the dark, no selling point available, no fluctuations for this product. No fluctuations. So that means that no matter what time of year I'm selling it, I'm always going to get the same amount. Okay. Well, that makes it easy, because instead of storing it and then transporting it somewhere, oh, we have water. That's good. instead of storing it and transporting it somewhere, I can just set this to selling and go ahead and get it started. So we can start making some money off of our light beer. Excellent. Okay. So it looks like everything that was in the water tank got sent to our production. So this water pump is probably going to fill up more than it's actually going to distribute to this, so we'll have an excess of water. Okay. So now I wanted to look at, since this is producing pig feed, let's see what it costs to put in a pigsty. And I think I know right where I want to put one. Right here. This blank space. So let's look at pigs. And we got some of the Horman pigsties. But we got these US pigsties, which I thought looked pretty neat. They don't have fences or anything, so there's no yard. It's all inside the pigsty itself. This one just has single points for the food and the slurry on one side of the building. It's only 85,000 we could fit. 80 pigs in there. Now how come the one we can fit more pigs in is cheaper than the other one? That's slurry on one side and then feed on the other. Wonder if you can fit more feed in it, that's why. That's pretty neat. It's got all individual pens. I don't know, I think I'd rather have more pigs. What about these other ones? 250. That seems really small for 250. And these are all stables that don't have fences. This one I could fit 1,000. Oh, this is that bigger barn mod. It was a requirement for one of the maps that I downloaded. 16. You can only do 16 pigs with that one. But it has a bale storage. I'm not doing bales though. Yeah. This one's 275 and has a yard. Feed on one side, slurry on the other. So another thing with doing animals is you can get manure or slurry, and that way you don't have to pay for fertilizer. So that's an advantage as well. How much is that? 164. 275. 109. Kind of like the look of the old ones. This one I can only fit 25 pigs in though. That's 50 pigs. That's a tiny little... That doesn't have any fences or anything either. It's kind of tiny. But 50 pigs. Why not? Man, 275 pigs. Wonder if I can make this look a little bit more dated. A little older. I could stick it right here. And then build the fence bigger. Yeah. Like the smaller one. Would fit perfect right there. Have enough space to grab slurry and everything. And then increase the size of the... Yeah, but what if I want to use that for something else? If I wanted to get sheep or something. I think what I'll do is go with the one without fences and has 80. And just live with the size of it. Maybe keep some room over there. And I can make it relatively the same color as our barn, so that'll match. Roof doesn't match, but oh well. Let's see if it's... Yeah, leave enough space for equipment to get through. Can even build a road around it if I wanted to. Okay, let's go with that. I like it. And I could fit 80 in there. Got slurry and food, single point. So as soon as I get some pig feed out of my production here, I can start keeping some pigs. Nice. I like it. And we're only down to 134,000. Which I think isn't bad. The only other thing is, do I want to put something in? Because that production only holds 70,000. And I think I'm going to get more than 70,000 wheat off of these two fields. You know what I could do? I could put one of those lazy productions in. If I do, I'd want to stick it right there though. Can't get rid of that silo until I get rid of the canola. When does canola sell? What's the best price for canola? December. Okay. So I think the cheapest lazy production is the 170. Oh no, 117. Yeah, that would go perfect right there. I don't know. I'll let the cedar keep going and bring it back after we're done. While the AI worker's doing its thing on the seeding front, I wanted to take a look at a review for our finances for our first month of operation. So we spent a good amount on new vehicles and new equipment. From our sold vehicles, so that was the money that I got from Grandpa from the auction, the 51,840. Down here, these are the cattle that were sold, the buildings that we got rid of, 38,005. property income. So there are 2 solar panels on the property. So every month we're going to be getting something off of them. So $540 is what we got from that. And then our harvest income, so that was from selling that straw. We were able to get $2,700 out of that. So not really that bad. We're only in the hole 271,000, give or take. So we're probably going to stay in the hole until our production actually starts making us a little bit of money, which it is working. So since we started letting it go, we are producing sparkling malt light, and we are producing a good amount of pig food. So we might actually get a decent amount of pig food to where we can at least get some pigs in our pig pen before maybe the start of next season. I don't know, we'll take a look at it. But that's how we're doing so far. And we're just getting ready to finish up our seeding of the second field. Right about now. Alright. So now let's put our seeder away. We're not going to need that until next season. Go over to our little maintenance bay here. Do the repairs on our seeder. Get it washed off. Okay. Now we'll get it put away. I think since we have our plow on that side, I'll go ahead and put the seeder on this other side. Now the only thing I want to check is to see what our fertilization level is on our fields. And they've only got, outside of the newly plowed area, they've only got a single fertilization stage. So it should look dark blue like this. That's when you know that you're 100% fertilized. You can see at the bottom of that box it says fertilized 100%. If I go over to our field here, it only says 50%. So what we're going to have to do is next month we're going to have to go through and fertilize our fields. So what I'll do is grab our fertilizer. Now in the future, once we get the pigs, we can actually buy a slurry spreader and use the slurry spreader instead of the fertilizer. That way it's not costing us any money to do that. But as of this month, we are done. I'll go ahead and fast forward us to next month. We can see how much our production is done and we can get the fields fertilized. We're now in the month of October, and it looks like we made a little bit of money off of our production. Let's check on that real quick. Problem is we are already out of wheat, but that little bit of production produced over 7,000 liters of pig food, so that's pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and shut this production off so it's not charging us any money for running. Man, it's $1,200 a month to run that. So let's take a look at our finances for last month. So we're looking at September, and we're only 9 grand in the hole. Well, pretty much 10 grand in the hole, but that's from construction costs. That was the pig barn. Got about $594 from our solar panels. Sold products. Man, so we got $83,593 out of that production in 1 month. That's crazy. So if we can maintain that every single month, if we can produce enough wheat just to maintain that, I don't think we're going to need to go to the darker malt beverage, because that's plenty of money a month. You know, put that on top of what we're going to be making selling pigs eventually. It's going to be a pretty good income. So, all right, we're up to 210,000. Go ahead and get ready to fertilize our fields. Head over across the street first. Might have to get a front weight for this tractor because it's not doing so well with this fertilizer. You can feel the difference if you got something heavy on the back of your tractor, like the steering doesn't work as well because the front tires aren't in contact with the ground very well. So might have to get a weight just for fertilizing. Well, I guess it won't matter. We'll hopefully be able to do slurry spreader here next season. Go ahead and get the AI worker working on the fertilizer. And again, because we plowed, we don't have to worry about any weeds or anything. So we'll let him work on that. Bring it back after he's done. We're done with the first field. So if we take a look at our map, we can see that the fertilization state now is a darker blue, and if we look at the little box here, it says we are 100% fertilized. Okay, so now we're going to move over to our second field and do the same thing over there. Get the AI worker going here. Let him go ahead and finish this up. Through the miracle of television, we are done with our fertilizing. We check our map. we can see that both of our fields are in a fully fertilized state, bringing our yield bonus up to 95. Yep, 95%. So that means that we are going to get 95% more of yield out of this than we normally would. All this stuff isn't really a requirement. It's just if you want to get your yield up a little bit more so that you have more crop at the end of the year. Whoa, okay. So since we're not going to need any of our equipment anymore, what I'm going to do is check to see if that needs any maintenance, and I'm also going to check to see if our tractor needs some maintenance, because we're pretty much done with that for the year. Go ahead and spray off our fertilizer. And we'll spray off our tractor. Get it looking all nice and shiny. And one other thing I'll check while we're sitting here. Put some diesel in if we need it. Yeah, just a little bit, not too much. Then we'll go ahead and put this away. I think I'll put this on the other side. I don't know if we have room in here. Oh yeah, we got room in here. Got room. I think we'll go ahead and stick our tractor in the main section here. Get that closed up. So the next thing that we've got to worry about is we have this canola that we want to actually sell. So we can fast forward to December, because there's nothing that's going to be going on in November. We don't have anything to sell, we don't have anything to harvest or anything. So the next thing we've got to do is sell that canola in December. So I'll go ahead and fast forward us until then. Back here in December, and one of the things that I wanted to take a look at is how our finances are doing. So for the month of November, we didn't do anything. There was no harvesting going on, there was no productions going on, there was no anything going on. And I wanted to take a look at what that does to our finances. The only thing we've got on here is our property maintenance for about $511, and then our property income, which is those 2 solar panels, $432. So we only lost $79 for the entire month of November. So if nothing is going on our farm, we're only losing 79, call it 80, $100 a month. So it's something interesting to take a look at. But today we have got to get rid of that canola. This is the best time to sell. And let's take a look at the best place to sell it to. Okay, we've got 1334. 1506. So the train station is the best place to sell it, but I don't want to do the train station. I don't really like it. Grain barge terminal. I mean, the prices are relatively similar. Grain barge terminal 1. Where is terminal 1 compared to terminal 2? Let's take a look. There's terminal 2. Terminal 1's all the way down there. Might be a nice little drive. Let's go down to terminal 1. We can go through town and then out that way. I've only been playing this game for maybe 6-7 months. And this map I keep coming back to. There's a lot of modded maps out there, a lot of different things people have come out with. Forest Hills map's pretty good. Oak Ridge Farm I like. I lived in Europe for a little while, so I was happy to see that there's modders out there that are... I know that Giants is out of Europe, but it's nice to see that you kind of get an idea of international farms as well, and how little and how much they're different. Where I was mostly in England, and their soil over there is just completely different than the soil over here. You know, that soil over there has been worked for thousands and thousands of years. You know, a lot of the farms that are over there have been around for a long time, a lot longer than the farms over here. You know, it's just interesting to see how they operate a little bit differently, how they think about their crops a little bit differently. Their seasons are slightly different. You know, where we're planting stuff in August, they might be planting, you know, June or July. But it's the same for the U.S. too. I mean, you go from the West Coast to the East Coast, you know, the different times to plant different crops can vary month to month. And the types of crops are different too. Over there it was a lot of potatoes, a lot of vegetables. Where over here in the U.S. it's a lot of grains, a lot of corn. And I didn't realize until I went to Europe how many different ways there were to harvest and forage hay. Like the way there's slight differences. I mean, relatively the same equipment, but for them, it's easier to forage, where for us, it's easier to bale. So, you know, you don't see a lot of farms doing foraging in the U.S. It's mostly baling. So I wonder if it's down here or if it's up on top. Oh, it's down here. Yeah, didn't get a lot for that. That's okay. That's the last time we're gonna have to make a trip, really, and keep our production up. So I'll get us back to the farm and see where we're at from there. So we're pulling back in, dropping off our little bit of harvest there. Go ahead and put this back. You know what? Before we put this trailer back, let's pull out some of this pig food. Fill up our pigsty. Okay. So I want to see how much our pigsty holds. Oh wow. So it actually holds a pretty decent amount. Oh, and it fills up. Fills it up. Like the individual stuff, it's not just pig food, it's the base food, the grain, protein, root crop. Cool. Oh, and I can produce manure too if I had a manure. Bunker. Okay. Well, I don't really want to put some pigs in because as soon as I do, they're going to reproduce relatively quickly. And if I'm not producing any pig food, that can get expensive to buy that. So I think we'll wait until after the next harvest to do that. Go ahead and put our equipment back here. So let's go ahead and move down to the first field. We'll go across the road. Make sure that we've got our straw swath turned on. Get the GPS going for just the first headlands. I like to do the headlands because the AI worker does make a mess, or tend to make a mess of them. Make sure we're dropping the straw swath. Excellent. Alright, so I'll get started. with these two headlands before we let the AI worker start to do his thing, and I'll bring you back. We've run into our first hurdle of the day. Our harvest is doing so well that I didn't even get around the second headland, and our harvester is already full. So I gotta go empty that out before I can finish the last headland. Grab our trailer here. Keep moving down. I got just about halfway done with the second headland. Back into the harvester. Get it back into position. Finish up this last step. Alright, so just finished up this headland, hedgerow. About to get the AI worker doing his thing for the ups and downs. Looks like he's skipping a little bit. I'll bet you he'll be back for that. I'll go ahead and position my trailer where I can empty him out once he needs it. Shouldn't be too long. Not gonna lie, I pulled a rookie move and forgot to press record when I unloaded him to fill us up. So here we are delivering our first full load to our production. Since he's already got some wheat, water's already been flowing, we'll go ahead and get him started so we can make some money. So we've already got a decent amount in there. I don't know if we're going to have enough to hold all of our harvest. I think it might be close. I've got a feeling, just the way the harvester's been filling up, that we're going to end up with probably over 100,000 liters, sorry. But we'll see. Our harvester's just about ready to need to be unloaded again. might have to invest in a bigger trailer. Otherwise, I'm going to be driving back and forth quite a bit. Especially with our other field up there. The other field, I think, is a little bit bigger. So yeah, he's not even going to be able to empty two full loads with this trailer. I got to look into getting something else for a trailer. This thing's just not going to cut it. Let's see if there's anything on sale. Ooh. That's like way overpowered for what we need. That's on the smaller side. 147,000 though. Nothing on sale. What do we got? How much is this old 13.3? If I put the extension on this Farm Tech, it'll hold 28. The bigger wagon fits 21.4. I want to say this tractor had a hard time pulling this one though. I think the trailer itself was too heavy. This is 7 tons, and that's 5.8. That's a wagon, not a trailer. That makes a difference. What else we got? Rudolph trailer for 18. It's 32,000 though. That wagon's only 4.6 tons though. And I can transport pretty much anything I want in it. 32,000. .6. The Brantner's 4.5 tons and holds 19. I think I'll just have to watch the used market and see if anything comes up. I'm gonna go ahead and get him unloaded again. He's got about 4,600 liters in there right now. I figure by the time he's done with that row, might fill up this trailer. Second trailer load dropped off. That's the thing though, if I buy a wagon, wagons are more difficult to back up. Why do you continue to do that? Trailers are nice and easy to back up, but wagons are a mess. Can't do it in real life, can't do it in simulation. So, that one Brandner trailer, or not Brandner, the Rudolph trailer actually looked like a pretty decent deal, but spending that much on a new trailer isn't really something that I want to do right now. Like I said, I'll just watch the used market and see what I can find. AI worker is making his last pass here, so I'll go ahead and get him emptied out for the last time on this first field. And we ended up with a lot more harvest out of this field than I was expecting. So I think it's pretty clear that production's not going to have enough space to keep all this. But I've got a solution for that. Go ahead and empty them out here. Now for this one, I'll go ahead and let the AI worker do this field, and I'll show you what some of the differences are, especially around the hedgerows of how the AI worker completes it compared to how I do it, how much different it is. So I'll get this. I'll take this over to our production, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do about getting some more space. It would be nice to put in, they make this mod called Lazy Distribution. They make a silo. I think the small silo, we may have talked about it in a previous episode, but they make a silo that will hold around 500,000, which is more than I think we'll ever need. Seeing as how this farm is staying relatively small. But as the production runs out, it'll automatically distribute the crop to the production. That way we don't have to go back and forth with the trailer all the time. I think they're down at the bottom. There it is. Smallest one is 500,000. Holds pretty much all the grain crops. I was going to look for something that'll hold straw though, instead of having to go back and forth with that. 117,000. I think it's worth the cost. So what we'll do is get rid of this silo. Oh. Get 38,000 for that. And then we'll put in our lazy production, or lazy distribution silo. Right where it was. Maybe set it back a little bit. As much as we can, anyway. There we go. And also what that'll allow me to do is I can get a wagon that I don't have to back up to it. So I don't have to back up in here anymore. So I can just drive over this. So now I can get a wagon instead of a trailer. Makes it a little bit easier. I wonder if there was... Oh, there's a straw silo. It's only 16,000. I could sell out of that too. Yeah, just hold on to the straw until it's worth something and then sell it. You can stick it right next to it. That might be a little tight. Let's stick it next to the pig barn. Don't want it to be in the way of the pig food though. Yeah, that'll work. Alright. So now we fixed our straw problem and we fixed our distribution problem. So we go into productions. And now we have the lazy distribution small silo. And we'll go all the way down to wheat. Set that to distributing. And activate it. I don't think it costs anything to distribute. Nope, doesn't cost anything to distribute. But it only does 40 cycles a month. So the only thing that it might do is restrict us on how much the production is going to be selling a month. So I might have to watch that. And then for the straw, it's set at storing, and it'll hold 1 million straw. So I think we're good on that. Let's go see how our AI worker's doing. He hasn't even made it all the way around yet. Oh, here he comes. He's probably going to need to get out all floater years. Yeah, so that middle field that looked like it was plowed apparently wasn't plowed. It was just cultivated. And I didn't realize until we started harvesting that there was weeds growing in it. So that's going to bring our yield down slightly. But that's okay, we can make it up next year. Right here at this corner is kind of what I want you to see anyway with this AI worker and how they kind of mess up the corners. If I'm doing it myself with GPS, that's right at like a 90-degree angle, like there's no driving around and backing up the forage wagon that I have to do or anything like that. But with the AI worker, he's going to go and do this at an angle. Pretty much doesn't follow the curvature of the field. He angles it off. See how he's dropping that swath all the way out almost to the dirt road. So now I'm going to have to back up the forage wagon a couple of times in order to get all that swath. Not a huge deal, it's just, I don't know. I don't like backing up if I don't have to. You know, as we grow the farm a little bit and, you know, maybe get more fields involved or larger combines, I might start allowing the AI worker just to run it, just for the sake of time. But it just, all this mess in the corner just irritates me when we do this. So he's getting ready to go straight, and he's already 80% loaded. So I'm going to go ahead and get him unloaded so he doesn't stop. AI workers are awesome on the up and downs. You know, it kind of makes the game a little bit less monotonous. You know, I'm on a PS5, so I don't have to have my finger down on the control the whole time. While they're doing their harvesting, I've usually got something else I'm doing somewhere else I'm being, or, you know, looking at prices, looking at other properties, seeing how much money I've got, what I can afford, that kind of thing. I'm usually thinking about other things. So, almost full here, so what I'm going to do is go ahead and drop this off in the lazy production. And this will make it easier too if we decide to add more productions. Like we start buying some more farmland and get to the point to where we're doing things like canola or sunflowers, we can have them distributed to the oil factories for the oil productions. Yeah, this is just a mess, but it is what it is. Get unloaded again. So we'll pull up beside him. He's almost full, actually. this field being so long, by the time that he gets ready to get emptied out, and then I follow him for a row, this little trailer is pretty much full. With this silo only doing 40 cycles a month of distribution, that might restrict how much money we make in a month, but at least it'll be drawn out over a couple of months instead of maybe draw it out throughout the year more than just how fast the production's going. Because we made, I don't remember how much we put into that production the first time around, but it got rid of all of the wheat in 1 month, and we made 83,000, which was cool, but it doesn't really help us out for the rest of the year. I'd rather make money consistently throughout the year instead of all in one big sum. Even though I guess it really doesn't matter, because that particular production doesn't fluctuate on price. We get the same price no matter what. Maybe the thing is to fill up the production as much as we can, and then with the excess, put it into the distributor, the lazy distribution. I don't know. We'll try it a couple of different ways. I'm sure we'll try it a couple of different ways throughout the series, and we'll see what works best. But the other thing we've got to consider is the pig food. We're basically only having these pigs because this production produces pig food, and I don't think it holds very much. So yeah, it only holds 50,000 liters of pig food, and our pigsty, we don't know what the max is for that, but we'll figure that out. But if we do all the production in the 1 day, in the 1 month, and get the max of our pig food in that 1 month, even though it's producing more, it's never, if it gets to that 500,000 liters of pig food, even though it'll produce more of the sparkling malt of our beverage, it's not going to produce any more pig food because there's nowhere to put it. So if I limit the amount that goes into it, if I limit it throughout the year, and I'm feeding the pigs throughout the year, that'll stretch it out a little bit better. So I think using the lazy distribution and just getting what we get out of it every month would probably be a better strategy than just trying to get it all at once. But of course, then that's gonna fluctuate on how many pigs I've got, how much food they actually take in, that kind of thing. So we'll just keep moving over to the distribution. I'll try to catch up. Looking at a couple of things on menu. This is the harvester coming back. Getting close to being done. Then we got to go through and pick up all this straw. Well, luckily we don't have to take it all the way downtown. We can just put it in that straw distribution. Looks like he's only got maybe 4 or 5 more passes and he'll be done. Getting ready to start our last pass. We are done with this field. And done with the harvesting for this season. Didn't really take too long. No, we just got the 2 fields. Relatively small. Gave out some really good yield though. I think we should be able to at least have production throughout most of the rest of the year. We'll see. If we don't go a full year, we'll look into expanding a little bit, maybe getting some more property, adding another field. Of course, that depends on how well we do with purchasing pigs and how many we decide to get. I really don't think we're going to have to add in the dark malt. I think it's like we'll be selling the light malt to buy the sugar for the dark malt. I'm sure that what you get in return is probably more, but I don't know if the difference is worth the price of the sugar. So we'll tab over to our harvester, get our harvester put up, get it washed and fixed first. The only thing I don't like about this little maintenance thing is that the harvester with the header on it is too big to fit in there with that wall that's on the edge. I wish you had the option to take that wall out. If you back on just like that, you're alright. And fix the header and the harvester, and we'll wash off our header and harvester. Get everything all nice and shiny. There we go. And before we leave, get some diesel. And we're ready to go for the next season. Get our forage wagon. Go ahead and do across the street first. Oh, car. Granted, I probably should have looked both ways for crossing the street. It's not like they don't teach that to you in elementary school or anything. Get us turned on here and ready to forage. Sure we're picking up everything, and we are. We'll just keep going until we're full. Our first load here. Take it back to the lazy production. Back and get the next one. And we're picking up the last bits of our first field. We'll go ahead and go over, empty this out before we start on our second field. It's actually produced a lot of straw. This will be the fourth load I've had to take over just in this one field. much of a yield of straw that we got off of just that one field. Okay. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think we'll actually make a decent amount of money off of straw this year. Not the $2,000 we made last year. Probably at least quadruple that. But go ahead and get started on the second field here. Then we'll see how much we got once we get it done. Working on our last row here. Just started raining, so we're just barely going to beat out the rain. It doesn't really matter when you're foraging if it's raining. So like if you're picking up straw or picking up grass, hay or anything, it doesn't matter if it's raining. It only matters when you're trying to do a harvest. If you try to harvest while it's raining, it'll affect your yield. We are finally done. This will end up being the 6th trip off of this field, so we've got quite a bit of straw. See how much here in a second. Okay. 234,000 liters. So that's quite the improvement from our last harvest. And for our beverage factory, we're still producing pretty good. Still producing pig feed. We'll see how far this amount of wheat gets us. And then we've still got some more wheat in the distribution. And the reason why we are plowing and not cultivating is because with the plow, anytime that you use a plow or a subsoiler, you don't have to worry about weeds popping up in your field during the growing seasons. So that means you don't have to spray herbicide or anything. Whereas if you use a cultivator, you're going to have weeds pop up and you're going to have to either spray or do weeding. Okay. So as I've said before, I don't mind letting the AI worker do the plowing and seeding because I am terrible at it, and they just tend to do a lot better job, more efficient. So we've got our worker going on that. Let's take a look at what we can do. Let's see what's on sale. That's the same as we checked last time. Let's see what we can do on the animal front. So right now we have a little bit of pig feed in there, and now that we're producing something, we can look into actually getting some pigs. Really, it doesn't matter which pig you choose. They're all the same price. You're going to sell them relatively at the same price. Gestation period is all the same. So I think what I'm going to do is just go with the German landrace. Yeah, German landrace. And I'm going to start just by purchasing. Let's see, how many do we hold? We hold 80 in that pigsty. So I'm going to start by just having 10. That's going to cost us $2,300. And this is also going to start us being able to pull slurry out. So I need to start looking for a slurry spreader. That way we don't have to spend money on fertilizer anymore. So we'll go ahead and buy the 10. And we can see that we have 10 in our sty. They've got some food in there. No manure is being produced because I don't have a manure heap, and also have not put any straw into the pigsty. So here we'll check back in a little bit and see if their health is being affected at all. I'm going to give it a couple of hours in gameplay. See if the slurry starts going up or how much the consumption of pig feed is going to go up. And if we take a look in our pigsty, we've got our little piggies running around. So I tend to, when I start doing animals, I tend to purchase them when they're young and go ahead and let them go through puberty and the gestation period and everything, and just raise them like I was, raising them as from calves. It's just easier when you get to go to the selling, when you're going to sell these animals. It's easier because a lot of them will get into a rhythm. Once you keep them for a couple of years, you'll always have pigs that are ready to gestate just before you sell the ones that are a little bit older than they are. So it's a little bit of a rhythm. That way you can have a steady income. Once you have enough animals, you can figure it out to where you're always going to have some animals to sell pretty much every month. So I'm starting with 10 to see where that takes me. You can see how their food is generating out of these small silos here. And they've got like a mud pit to roll around in, and they've got shelter if they ever want to go inside. This is a pretty neat pigsty. I like this pigsty. This is the first time I'm using it. So, and we got it to look somewhat the same color as our barn, which is kind of cool. And this here is where we're going to be getting our slurry from once they start producing a decent amount of it that we can use for fertilizer on our fields. This is where we drop off our food. And then I also have this silo here for straw. Now, if I wanted to have a manure heap, I could set, this is a lazy distribution silo. I could set this to distributing, and it would automatically distribute to the pigsty, which would allow me to get manure. I don't want to produce manure right now, so all this straw, I'm just going to be waiting until the market value is high enough, and I'm going to go ahead and sell it from this silo. That's the best part about these lazy distribution silos, is that you can either distribute the products that you put into them, or you can go ahead and sell from the silo. And it makes it a lot easier. You don't have to cart things back and forth to all the different production points around the map. We're just getting ready to finish up our last headland here on the first field. He's got a little bit that he missed there. He's going back for, and we're done. So we'll go over to the second field, get him started. up. And we're finishing up the second field here. That'll mark us done for the plowing and done for August. That's all we need to get done. So what we'll do is we'll take our plow to get washed here, do some maintenance on it, then we'll get our seeder out, make sure it's ready to go. It has rained the entire time and thunderstormed the entire time that we've been playing, which doesn't really affect much, but it does get the equipment pretty dirty. So do the maintenance and clean it off. Once we're all nice and clean, go ahead and put our plow up. Go get our seeder. Production running. Oops. Seem to be catching that corner of the barn for some reason. Come on now. Oh man, I hate it when this kind of thing happens. There we go. Fixed it. Well, looks like we're all filled up on seed, so don't need to do anything extra for that. Park our tractor right here and we'll move forward a day. We're now in September. Time to get our wheat planted. The rain has finally stopped. Go ahead and get our AI worker started. Make sure he gets going without any problems. And the first thing that I do whenever I move forward today is I look at what there is in the used market. Now, there is a forage wagon for sale, and it's a little bit bigger than the one that we've got, and it only requires 150 horsepower, so our tractor can pull this. Might have a little bit of a hard time if it's full. I only want 62,000 for it. I could change the colors, so if I wanted to, I could do Massey Ferguson. That's kind of cool. This holds 40,500. Let's see how much our other one holds. We've got this one right now. So it'll hold quite a bit more than this one. I think it's worth it. We do have quite a bit of money right now. We did jump up quite a bit. If we go and look at our finances from last month. So we did sell property income was 500, and our income from the productions was over 144,000. So really good on the production front. Let's see what we've got left. So we've still got some wheat left in the production, and we've still got a little bit of wheat left in the actual lazy distribution. So the lazy distribution, what I'm thinking is we started out by putting the wheat directly into the production. All that got used. Well, a majority of it got used. And then the lazy production has been slowly trickling it in to the actual production. So I think the goal for next season is to just put the wheat into the lazy production, and that way we can stretch out how much we make throughout the months instead of just one big lump sum. And that'll also stretch out how much pig food is produced, because right now it's just producing a whole bunch of pig food whenever we use it. Instead, we could have a decent amount of pig food throughout the months, because that only holds 50,000 liters of pig food. So the chances are we're not going to fill up on the pig food. But another thing that I'm noticing is we may not have enough wheat to go through the months. So first let's look at what our pigs are. So pigs are 100% health. Their puberty rate is going up. They've started producing slurry, but they didn't eat a lot of the pig feed. So we've got enough pig feed right now to sustain what we have, probably until they actually start having babies, little piglets. But if I'm worried about how much wheat we're actually producing, we do have some options. We can look at some of these fields over here. And the first thing that I look for is, anybody already planted wheat. And nobody around us has planted wheat. So we've got a couple of options here. We can either purchase one of these fields that doesn't have wheat on it, wait and just use the product that's on those fields, and sell the crops that are there. Soybeans wouldn't be a bad thing. Soybeans get you a pretty decent amount of money. And this particular field is already fertilized and everything. As a matter of fact, soybeans still need to be harvested. I could harvest them next month. We could plant another wheat field in October. Then still do the harvest in August. These two fields are soybeans. And they're both 100%. This one doesn't have any weeds. This one does need herbicide or weeding. How much? Ooh, that's a lot of unused land there. About this one. 182. This one is what? Sorghum. But that's already been harvested. So we could plow and plant on that field now. Potatoes. Potatoes should be harvested this month. So he'll harvest these potatoes this month. I don't know if there's already a carrots. So these two should be harvested this month. I could. This one was around 182, yeah. And that's 7 acres. This one's 4 acres, but it's only 108. This one's 7 acres as well. And we could sell the crops that are off of that. At 225 just seems like a lot. Well, that's 9 acres. But a lot of it is not farmland. I think we should go for this one. And wait for him to harvest those potatoes. Okay, so I'll look at this again next month, and if he's harvested the potatoes, we'll go ahead and purchase it, and then do a late seeding over here. As far as the used market, I think that this is a good purchase. I mean, it'll hold quite a bit more. I won't be making as many trips back and forth to get our Michelin tires on there. I don't need a silage additive tank. And let's go ahead and make it Massey Red. Keep the rim color the way it is, 62,000. Okay, and then we'll go back and we'll find our current forage wagon, which is the Pottinger, and we'll sell that. I mean, we're basically only paying 12,000 for the new forage wagon after we sell that. So, not a bad deal. But the only other thing that I needed to do is look at a better trailer. That's up top. Because the trailer that we have doesn't hold a lot. Kind of. I don't know whether to go to the Farm Tech or the Brantner. Brantner holds a little bit more, but it might be too much for the tractor. Because I know the tractor that I have, when this larger trailer is full, it struggles with it. And that's 20, what does that say? 21,000. And the Farm Tech is 28,000. Well, I guess they're the same price. It's just that auto load. Don't need a trailer hitch. Don't need a cover. Just go with the Trelleborg. And I can change the color if I want. Okay, looks good to me. Go ahead and purchase that. So that was call it $38,000. And then we'll go down and sell our Massey Ferguson trailer. We're only getting 9,600. 10 grand for that. So, all right. So once we're done seeding, we'll go ahead and go down and pick up our trailers. And then we'll fast forward to the next month, and if that other field is harvested, we'll go ahead and purchase it and get that plowed and seeded real quick. And we're just finishing up with the first field. Yeah, our worker did a really good job. I took a look around the field. He didn't miss anything. Get him over to the second field. Make sure we don't hit the mail truck. Off on the second field. Second field. Go ahead and move our planter over to the other side. And since we're planning on purchasing, plowing, and planting the other field, I'll go ahead and just leave the planter on here for right now. While we fast forward a day in game. And right now we have 2 fields with wheat that has just been seeded. We've moved forward a month. And now we're going to look into purchasing some new land and possibly getting some new crops off of that land so that we can seed some more wheat for our production. So the land that we were looking at was pretty much everything in here. And we have these 2 fields down here with soybeans that are ready to harvest. This one up here with sorghum that was ready to go. Potatoes that are withered. And then carrots that are ready to harvest. So I have decided that I would rather buy a property that I have a crop on. That way I can harvest that crop and make a little money off of it. And that way purchasing the property doesn't hurt so much. So what I'm going to do is purchase the 9.3 acres here for $225,000. And even though it's a smaller field and doesn't have a lot of farmland around it, there is some property up here where we could possibly put another production. And I've got something in mind for that too. So we'll go ahead and buy this. Actually, we still have 218 left. We could buy this one too. Why not? They're both soybeans, so now we have 2 fields of soybeans, and we're all the way down to $35,000. So let's take a look at what our production's doing. Lazy distribution is down to 10,000 liters. Malt beverage factory is down to 1,000 liters. However, the lazy distribution is still feeding it, so we should be able to get at least 1 more month out of that. So at least 1 more month of an income. And we're going to be able to sell this 234,000 liters of straw as well as soon as the right time comes up for that. I believe that's in December. So, all right. So instead of the planter and the plow, we need to go ahead and grab our combine that we thought we were done with for the season and get it over to these 2 fields to harvest this soybean. The other nice thing about buying these 2 fields is that the driveway is right across the street. Don't have to really go far. So let's start with the field on the left first. We're not going to get a straw swath off of soybeans, so we don't have to worry about getting any straw off of it. Let's go ahead and just let the AI worker do his thing today. Oops. Yeah, it is raining. That's a good point. Okay. So now we need to check out and see when it's going to stop raining. And it looks like right around 10, 11 o'clock is when it's going to stop raining. So we'll go back over to the house. And take a 1-hour nap. When we come back, we'll be ready for harvest. Alright, so we took a little nap. Took a little bit longer to stop raining than the forecast said. So we're out at 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Still should have plenty of time to harvest these 2 fields. Go across the street here. And we'll get our AI worker doing his thing. So instead of the plow and the seeder, we're going to need to go to the equipment dealer and pick up our wagon that we purchased. So take a nice little drive through town. It's been a little while since we've taken a drive. Alright, and you can see our 2 brand new items here. We got our harvesting wagon, Farm Tech harvesting wagon, which we're going to need now. And then we've got our Fent foraging wagon, which we can leave down here for a little bit. Don't really need that right away. And we'll get this back to the farm, ready to help the harvest out. Our combine harvester is 80% full, which means he's ready to get unloaded. So we'll go over here and we'll get the first trailer load. Again, ready to get unloaded. Alright, our harvester's back up to 80%, so we're going to unload him again here, just to make sure you can finish out this field without needing to be unloaded again.
pretty awesome. We've unloaded him. This will be the second time we've unloaded him. And we're just barely, looks like we're going to be under the 50% mark. So this wagon is already paying for itself, you know, as far as not having to take so many trips over to the main farm. So we could probably get those, at least that second field off of the farm, you know, to the west of the farm. We could at least get that one in one trailer load without having to go back and forth. So that's pretty nice. Our harvester is finishing up this first field down here. Go ahead and get what little he has in here unloaded into the trailer before he starts the next one. Go. Get them started on this next field. This one shouldn't take as long, it's not as big. So let's take a look at what all our purchase got us. So it got us this field right here that we just harvested. And it got us this field and all the land down through here, including this little area right here. Now this is a pretty old barn. Gonna go ahead and sell that, get rid of it. And then what I'm planning for this is placing another production here for us to sell straw products. There is a production for straw that I found in the mod hub. And it is currently $70,000, and right now we're sitting at about $47,000. So we're going to have to wait for that. It's between the straw, which we're already producing, or there is a pickle production that I thought was pretty interesting. That's only $50,000, but with the pickle production, we're going to have to start running greenhouses. So I think I'm going to hold off on that for a little bit and get with the straw, since we're already producing straw and we already have an abundance of it, as well as that lazy distribution. So with that lazy distribution, we can distribute all the straw into the straw production and not have to worry about it. Our harvester has hit its 80% again, so time to unload him. This tractor is having a little bit of a tough time getting started with this wagon as it gets fuller. I'm thinking maybe next season we need to look at possibly upgrading our tractor a little bit. Can't really upgrade this one. We're going to have to save up to purchase a new vehicle. Harvester's doing fine. It's not really bothering that it only holds 80,000 liters, or 8,000 liters. So that's not a huge deal. It's a pretty good sized harvester for the fields that we're working. And it looks like we're going to have to take our first wagon load full over to the farm. So, yeah, this tractor's struggling just a little bit. Gonna have to look for something a little over 200 horsepower, I think. Keep
track of the used market and see what we can find. But for now, it'll do. Not really hurting them much. Soybeans. Probably want to get 2 loads out of these fields, just not full loads either, so. Nothing big, but at least it's going to be something to help repay the money that we spent on the field itself. It's better than nothing, which is what we would have got with the other fields. Our harvester just hit 80%. Go ahead and get him unloaded on the go for the last time. Then he'll have, looks like maybe 2 more passes before he finishes this field. So we'll get him unloaded here. While he's doing those last 2 passes, I wanted to take a look and see how our pigs are doing. Okay, looks like they're coming up for puberty, 33%. Still got plenty of food. How much is our production actually produced? Okay, production says it is out of wheat. Lazy distribution says still got some wheat in there, so wait until that's over and done with. And it looks like we've got another 4.7 liters of, or 4,700 liters of pig food that we can transfer over. So wait for our harvester to get done here. Looks like he's almost done. Yep, this is one a little bit. Get him emptied out. Get our harvester cleaned back up, ready to put away for the winter. sound like they're doing all right. Okay, give it a wash first. Header's clean, now the combine itself. Okay, don't see any more dirt. Perform some maintenance. I'm gonna get it put away. Tab over to our tractor, get the rest of this harvest put away. Should be able to get a decent amount out of these soybeans. Should at least fund our straw production that we want to put in. This tractor is having a little bit of a hard time, man. I gotta figure out how to increase how to get a tractor with some more horsepower in here. Dump this. Away inside the barn since we can drive through. Because I definitely cannot back up a wagon. Set up. Now we need to get started. Really rushing since it's afternoon to get these two fields plowed and seeded before the end of the harvest day, or before the end of the game day. Yeah, working on the first field. There we go. Part of last, or that field there, so now we're going to move to the last field, get this plowed up, and then we'll get them both seeded. Alright, we just finished with the plowing of the second field. So we'll go up here, get our plow washed and put away until next season. And then we'll get our planter going. then jump it ahead so that we can get fertilizer in the fields if we need it. I think as far as what we need to focus on now, since we've got our pigs going, pretty sure that those fields are going to provide enough at the moment for our production to keep moving. So I think next season all of our focus is going to be on upgrading our equipment a little bit. Getting a more powerful tractor, maybe a subsoiler to go along with it. That's a little bit bigger than that plow. I don't think we're going to be able to... I don't think we really need a bigger seeder. Now this one works pretty good, and we can still use it with this tractor while the other one's working on doing the subsoiling and plow, or yeah, subsoiling. I decided not to join these two fields. It was something that I considered, and the reason for that is just in case I decide to do multiple crops, like something different. I don't want to put them together and kind of be restricted to putting one crop in the field. So we're going to go ahead and keep these two fields as they are. And I'm thinking if we purchase this field somewhere down the line, or maybe even this field up here, we might want to turn it into a sugar beet or sugar cane field. That way we can use barley to make the premium beer. And if that's the case, then we can turn, say, these two fields, we could plow them together and use them for barley while keeping these two wheat, or purchasing this and getting all three barley and using these three fields as wheat, and then just this one as sugarcane, because it doesn't really take much sugarcane to make sugar itself. You know, the only problem with sugarcane is it's a pain to harvest. Not easy. It's an agitating crop, that's for sure. The other thing is we still got a couple of fields over here that we could look at in the future. Across the street here. And there's even these fields in town that really aren't doing anything. They're not really near a farm or anything, so we could possibly purchase those if we wanted to. But for right now, I think we're just going to stick to our little area, our little section of the map, and see if we want to expand from there. But we'll keep seeding. Once we got these two seeded, bring it back, move forward a day, and do the fertilizing.
And we're finally getting finished with all of our seeding. We are done. So now what we're going to do is clean up our seeder, put it away for the season. Fast forward ahead a day into November, and we'll get all these fields fertilized that need it. I think that's pretty successful. I think we've got enough now, you know, 4 full fields full of wheat. I think that's gonna last us throughout the year, putting the wheat directly into the lazy production or lazy distribution. Fix that up and spray that off. Get it so fresh and clean. Nice. Worry about our tractor after the fertilization is done. I think I'm gonna try putting our seeder on this side. There's something sticking out of the wall on the other side that was preventing it from pulling out of there. This side there's nothing on the wall. So now we gotta go over. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should check on the piggies first. See if they need any food. Nope, they're still good. We'll get our fertilizer spreader, which isn't there. Where did we put our fertilizer spreader? I forgot where we put it. Is it behind door? Oh, it wouldn't be behind it. Is it behind door number 3? Yes, it is behind door number 3. So we'll get that ready. Then we'll check real quick what fields are going to need it. And it looks like all 4 of our fields are going to need it. That's okay. It's going to cost a little bit of extra money, but we'll get it done. Alright, we're into November. Go ahead and get all of our fertilization done. All 4 of our fields are growing wheat. Because we plowed, we don't have to worry about any weeds or nothing, so yeah, plowing takes a while, but it's worth it to get rid of the weeds. You don't have to waste time doing the weeding. So I'll get this worker going on fertilizing. And while he's doing that, take a look at the piggies again. Still doing pretty good on food, not producing a lot of slurry. Hopefully by next year they'll produce enough slurry that they, well, maybe not next year, the year after. They'll produce enough slurry so that we can start using that on our fields instead of the fertilizer. Distribution, still got some wheat in there. Looks like 3,000 liters left. And the malt beverage, we're still selling as it gets put in there from the lazy distribution. So we probably got one more month of that. Let's see, we got those soybeans. Let's figure out when the right time to sell those is. Looks like June. That's a long way off. Okay. That's alright. It's kind of in the middle of the season. So, what about straw? Straw is next month. But I still wanted to do that production. I've got to wait till after we're done fertilizing to see if we've got enough money left for that. I think the production was 70,000. Oops. Take a look. What's on the used market? That's a big tedder. Too bad I don't need that. Okay, go all the way to the bottom. And straw. Yep, 70,000. So, might need to wait just a little bit for that. But we're going to stick that right here. And we're going to make it nice, put some parking spaces in front so it's actually looking like an actual store. That'll be neat. Really, it's what we should have done with the brewery. I mean, people usually visit breweries, see how things is made, but oh well. Maybe somewhere down the line we'll move it, but not now. Alright, he's already done with this one. Move over to the second field. Just double check that that's done. Yep, we are 100%. Yep, these are all 50s. What they end up planting here? Nothing. And sorghum's been harvested out of that. What about up here? And we got carrots ready. So we'll pay attention to these fields too. Based on what our wheat usage is, we might want to add a couple more fields. I wouldn't mind adding a couple more fields just to have other crops. Maybe we could set up a different production, like sunflower oil or canola oil or something. Canola oil would actually be the best, I think. But we'll pay attention to it. And I'll get all these fields fertilized and then we'll come back to end the video. Alright, just finished up fertilizing the last field. Go ahead and get everything put away. Try not to get hit by the school bus.
we're going to start by getting our tractor out. And then we're going to need our wagon. So what has happened? We have $247,000 now. So with that money, what we're going to do is get this area prepped for us to put down our straw production and get that moving this month. We did have to shut down our beer production. We ran out of wheat. So we'll go ahead and show you what we're talking about down here. So this little area here is where our production is going to go. What I want to do is clear out a couple of these trees and shrubs that are up front and then level this area out so that we can fit the production in as well as some parking spaces. So we're going to get in our tractor here. And then I'm going to pick up our loader with the tree be gone. Pretty sure I put it behind here. Yep. Zoom in a little bit since we don't have a trailer or anything. Don't need to be that far out. Go ahead and head over. Do a little first person driving here. And it'll actually be this other entrance. Right here. So this is going to be the main entrance. What I want to do is clear out some of the trees to the right and the left. Go ahead and get our tree be gone down. Oops. Get her running. Okay, let's just see where we're at. Go ahead and move this across the road while we do some leveling. Okay, it looks like we've got this area pretty well level. Let's go ahead and grab our production. And because we have to deliver, well, we don't really have to deliver, but if we did ever have to deliver, I did kind of want a little bit of space in the back. Set this back just a little bit further. Kind of center it. Put that down and let's see how it looks. Okay, everything looks relatively level. Alright. And now that we've got the building down, we can take our softening tool and kind of soften out the edges where we did our leveling. The tree's getting in the way. That way our vehicles don't have a problem driving over getting onto the road and such. We can still use these pathways. And then I'm not exactly sure where it is. I think it's under... Oops. I think it's under others. We've actually got some parking spaces. Yep, there they are. Turn on our snapping. And we've got some parking spaces in front of the production. So it's like pretty much an actual store. And I think I kind of wanted to do maybe extend the gravel down here a little bit so that we can get past the parking spaces if we need to. Extend the driveway area. Extend this out a little bit in case we ever had to deliver. There. I think that looks pretty good. Nice little shop. Alright, let's take a look at what this production does. Let's go down here, we'll go to a straw production. So it takes in water, which I don't know if that water will distribute over here since it's on a different property. We'll see. But it looks like for a scarecrow you need some wood, straw, and water. For straw accessories you just need straw and water. Straw baskets, just straw and water. Brooms, you need wood, straw, and water. And for a straw crate, you just need straw and water. Okay. So, really doesn't hold much. It only holds 8,000 liters of each product. Okay. So let's see if there's different. It'll probably be down on the bottom here. Okay, so they've all got different times a year. That they sell. So I think what we'll do is we'll keep those on storing, but we'll do the ones that are just straw and water. So the scarecrow needs wood, straw accessories, straw basket, and then straw crate. Go up to our straw lazy distribution and hit distribution or distributing. And when we fast forward a day, we'll see if the straw is actually, and the water is actually being distributed over there. For right now, we're done with our tree be gone. You know, something else we might want to put in there is some lights. Maybe an area light. Something like this, maybe. It's kind of goofy they have those things at the edge of the building. Put one there. And put one there. So we've got some lights for the parking lot. Also gives us lights so that we know that we're entering. Yeah, that works. So we'll go and put away our tree be gone. And then the next thing you need to do is feed the piggies, because their food is actually starting to come down a little bit. Oops, overshot that. Go ahead and close that. Go over and get our wagon. So produced a pretty good amount of pig feed. Not exactly sure it's going to sustain us when we get a bunch of pigs in here. But it's good enough for right now. Go ahead and get them fed. All right. Put our trailer back. Close this up. Put our tractor back. Okay, now one other thing that I wanted to show you was our piggies actually had piglets. So right now they're about a month old. We're getting up there in the slurry. Still not enough for us to do our properties though. We'll probably look at that again next year after the pigs have another round of piglets. But we do have 20 pigs now. And I might actually look at buying a few more. Depends on how much pig food we can produce. I think I'll wait and see. So, alright. Now we'll jump ahead a day and make sure that our straw production is actually doing what it's supposed to. So we'll see how that's going here in just a second. Alright, so we're back in July, and I just realized that we forgot to sell our soybeans. Yep, we forgot to sell the soybeans. So let's look at the price for them. See if it's still... Okay, so it's still the same price as it was last month. So we're pretty lucky there. Go down to soybeans. Set those to selling. And what it'll do is it'll sell all of our soybeans for the month. And we'll have some extra cash to work with. It looks like the straw is dropping out. And into our straw production. And the water is also going to our straw production. So you can see that our accessories, our baskets, and our crates are being produced. And that's amazing. So throughout the year, we'll just fill that up until it's completely full. And then whenever it comes around where their prices are at their highest, we'll go ahead and sell those off. But it looks like for the majority, where'd they go? Looks like for a majority, August is the time to sell everything. August and September. They kind of level off in August and September. So probably it doesn't matter which. We'll just say every August when we have a harvest, we'll put all of our straw products up for sale. And then get done with the harvest, we'll replenish the straw distribution, and it can distribute over, and we can start for the next year. And every August, we'll just go ahead and sell all of our straw products instead of keeping them year round. So even though the year round price isn't that far off, like it's only some of them are only a couple $100 off, but still, I'd rather get the top price for whatever we're selling. So we'll go ahead and fast forward and get started with the harvest. We're here in August, ready to start our harvest for the year. But before we do have a little bit of extra cash from our sale of the soybeans, about $220,000. I wanted to take a look at upgrading our tractors, and it doesn't look like, man, that Kinsey grain cart would be nice. Pottinger windrower would be nice. It's a little over 60 grand for both of them. But I wanted to take a look and see if we had another Massey Ferguson available. And we do for $192,000. We can get this guy who's got a little over 200 horsepower. And for 202, we can get one that's 225 horsepower. I would kind of like to go for the 225. That way we make sure that we definitely have enough. Go with the Michelin tires. I don't care about a cool box. Don't need beacon lights. Don't need warning signs. Don't need a speed sticker. Loader attacher. We've got it on the old one, so we don't have to worry about that. And then colors I don't have to worry about. So we are going to go ahead and purchase a new tractor. And bring that back to the farm. So let's tab over until we get to the new tractor. Oh, forgot we had our new forage wagon here still. Been sitting here pretty much all year. We'll go ahead and take that back to the farm too. While we're on our way. Just arrived back at the farm with our new forage wagon. Go ahead and get our new tractor hooked up to the wagon, crop wagon. Okay, now we'll head over to the harvester and we'll get started harvesting all of our crops. Start like we always do down here on this western field. go ahead and let the AI worker do his thing. Just make sure that we got a straw swath engaged. Okay. Just make sure that he's actually dropping it. And it looks good. Take our old tractor and we'll see how it does with this forage wagon. This tractor's got 170 horsepower, and it says that this forage wagon only needs 150 to run decent. We'll see. We might have to switch the old tractor and the new tractor if we end up having problems. But while we're sitting here, let's go ahead to our production menu. And we'll go down to our soybeans that we had, and we'll go set that back to storing. Wheat we still have distributing. Straw is still distributing. Looks like they've still got about 12 liters in there. And then straw production. Looks like they've still got some room to make some products, but we'll go ahead and set those to selling for today. And then starting next month, we'll set them back to storing. Like I said, we'll just sell them all in the August time frame. So we'll see how the new tractor does. Let's take a look inside this baby. Whole bunch more buttons and whistles. Different monitors. Got a little buddy seat. Pretty cool interior. Let's see how it sounds. Sounding pretty nice. Gets up and goes pretty good, 27 miles an hour. We know from last year that we had to unload the harvester when it was coming back around this way. So we'll go ahead and stage our wagon here and get ready for the first unloading. Actually, it looks like our harvester is going to be ready to be unloaded before we thought it was going to be, so I'm going to try to catch up to it here and try to unload it while it's doing this top portion of the field. There we go. It's our first unload of the second full harvest. I guess it could be harvest year 3. this tractor is not having any problem whatsoever pulling this wagon. We'll see when it gets a little bit fuller, but not having an issue right now. Back down here, because after it gets done with this section here, it's going to start its up and downs, and this is probably where we're going to have to unload it the next time. Stay out of its way here. He's getting to about 75%, so I think I'm going to empty him out before he gets to that 80. I don't know if he makes 2 more passes, if he'll have more than 80 or not. And I definitely don't want him to get stuck, so. Go ahead and start emptying them out here. Go ahead and get this tractor staged again. And the benefit of having 2 tractors is now, with this one staged, just waiting on another time to unload, I can tab over to the other tractor. And this tractor can go ahead and start doing the foraging of the straw before he's even done with this field. Kind of getting 3 things done at once. Now if I was baling this straw, I wouldn't want to do this because it would leave square bales all over the place, and it could hold up the AI worker. But since we're just foraging, we're not leaving anything on the ground. So there we go. Make sure we're picking everything up. Yep. We'll see how this tractor does doing the foraging with this wagon. So far so good with the old tractor. Got about a pass and a half around before we're getting to the point to where we're going to need to empty this harvester out again. It'd be nice to get a larger capacity harvester, but just don't have the money for it right now. I guess we'll see maybe later on we can afford it. right now, I don't think there's anything wrong with this harvester, so go ahead and dump this off. By the time we come back, it'll probably be, yeah, this tractor's not having any problem. Right up to 20 miles an hour easy. Pulling it uphill. So we'll just go straight to our lazy production, or lazy distribution. Not even going to worry about putting anything in the production. Get that dumped off, and we'll get our beer production up and going. Now that's going to be getting some wheat in. It's already got water, so that's good to go. Straw's still going. Make sure I got my lazy production turned on. Yep. And we still haven't sold everything from the straw yet. And water looks like it's doing alright. So far so good. Busiest month of the year is going to be August, I think. From now on. Got our first full load of straw ready to go over to the straw distribution. This tractor doesn't seem to be having too much of an issue. I mean, it gets a little bit slow and loses some power going uphill, but that's to be expected with any tractor hauling weight. But it doesn't seem to be too bad. Looks like it's handling it pretty good. First dump at the straw distribution. And it is nice. I would have, with the other trailer, I would have made 2 trips by now. The other forage trailer. So, pretty nice. It's kind of cutting the forage time in half. But of course we got 2 more fields to do, so it's not like it's cutting down the amount of time that we're spending on it. So it looks like the harvester is done over here. We'll stop this right there, tab over to the harvester, and we'll get it emptied out and started on the second field. I'm liking our yield. It seems like we're yielding quite a bit. So, because we've got all of our productions running and stuff, I can't really get a good idea of how much we've brought in total, but yeah, we'll get this harvester going on the second field. And we'll finish picking up what little straw we got here. Move our new tractor over to the other field, ready to get started picking up form. I think this is plenty of wheat for what we're trying to do. We might actually have more than what we need. If that's the case, we'll look at possibly doing different crops. Set that right there. I think that's good. Alright. I'll get going getting this wheat done. Or straw done. Harvester made it around one hedgerow and already needs to be emptied out. So we'll go ahead and get lined up here. We're about 70% full. What I'll do is I'll wait for the harvester to come around again to the same spot, and I'll just go ahead and empty it no matter what it's at. That should fill up my wagon enough to where I drop it off, and then the harvester can have a couple of rows of not worrying about what it needs to do. It might be in its way here, so let me move. Out this way. There. That should be out of its way. And as far as the forage wagon's doing, it's okay. It's having trouble on this field in particular because it slopes on the east and south sides. It's kind of built on the side of a hill. So it'll go from 11 miles an hour down to about 7 or 8, especially on that far left-hand side that you see on screen. Drops down pretty good, but other than that, it's not doing bad with this wagon. I'm pretty impressed. So go and get this load unloaded and probably be ready to switch the field. That what's left in that field isn't going to be a full load, so switch over to the other field, start following the harvester around. And this is fun. There's a lot of stuff going on all at once. Got the AI worker running the harvester, and I'm running wagon and foraging all at the same time. It's pretty cool. Definitely hectic and busy. Glad we only have to do it for this 1 month. Looks like we got relatively clear skies out there, so hopefully weather won't change on us while we're doing these other 2 fields. That's the only thing that'll screw up the rhythm is if we have to stop because of rain. But so far so good. And we're getting done with this first field. Shut my pickup off and pick it up. Oop. I think I left a spot. Yep, I sure did. Leave no straw behind. There, I got it. Shut everything off, pick the pickup up, we'll head over to the second field. Yeah, this tractor's doing really good. With this, I'm pretty surprised. It looks like our combine's just about ready, so I'll go ahead and tab over to the new tractor. So he's gonna need to pick him up. So it's not hitting 80% by the time it gets done with this. But because of the left-hand side that the auger's on the harvester, this is the best time for me to pick it up. You know, if I let it go down for another 2, it would definitely be over 100% full. And I don't want to be trying to empty it out. Even though I don't have crop destruction on, I try to keep it as realistic as possible. You know, I don't like picking it up, driving through the crop. So I just let it do its 3 up and downs and then pick it up on the 4th pass, even if it's not at 80%. Usually it's right around 80. I mean, usually like 76, 77%. So tab over and we'll get this tractor ready doing straw pickup. I think it'll do a lot better on this field just because this field's relatively flat. The other 2 fields we've got are pretty flat too. I don't think it's going to have any issues pulling that wagon. And you can tell once it gets full, it'll bounce around more. You see the miles per hour bouncing around down there. That's when you can tell that the tractor's having a little bit of a struggle with it, but it's not as bad as what I thought it was going to be. Struggle between 10 and 11 is okay, but once it gets down to, like I said, 5, 6, 7, that area, that's when you can tell that the tractor definitely doesn't have enough horsepower to be doing whatever you're trying to do. So, but this one's doing okay. Another load of straw going to the bin. My worker has finished the second field. So we'll go ahead and get what he's got unloaded. I already took a trailer load back and unloaded it. Knew he only had like 1 or 2 passes left, so just let him finish. There we go. How are the piggies doing? Haven't checked on the piggies. Doing alright. We're probably 2 more months away from more piggies. Then we'll have 30. Slurry's doing good. Still not enough to get us some though. Food's doing alright. So get down here to the second field, or third field. I'm interested to see what the yield is going to be for these two. Go ahead and get them started, and we'll check back in later. Finally done with the second field, picking up the straw swaths. Then we're going to move down to the other 2 fields. See how they're getting on. Harvester's trucking right along. I think he's on his up downs now on the first field over here. See how full he is. He's getting there. He can wait for the next one. Almost got the first trailer full for this field. See how nice it looked. I mean, this field's pretty nice. Right on the edge of the water. But it's also nice and flat, so the other tractor won't have any trouble picking up the straw swath. Shouldn't have any trouble picking up the straw swath. Go ahead and get started with that, I guess. And we just finished up field 3. Get them unloaded here, move over to field 4. And then we'll almost be done. This little system has actually been working pretty smooth. It's kind of fun while you're playing. You know, you've always got something you can do. You're not doing any sitting around. Like normally during harvest season, like you're sitting there and you're pretty much just waiting for the combine to be done with what they're doing. Waiting for them to be unloaded, but with this one you've actually got other things you could be doing. And that is it for harvesting. All 4 fields done. Put the last bit here in the wagon. We'll take a look at our productions real quick. Make sure everything's turned on. The lazy distributions, make sure everything's distributing the way it should. Get our vehicles cleaned up. Get the combine ready for storage. Check on our piggies, see how they're doing. Oh, get up there. Alright, let's get everything cleaned up. Okay there. And the paint's taking a beating. Not that it matters though. I don't usually fix the paint on any vehicles that I own. What paint comes off of them is character. Tab over to our new tractor with the wagon, get this unloaded. Take a look at our productions while we're emptying that out. Piggy's got plenty of food. Still producing slurry. Lazy production. Wheat is on. We ended up with 123,000 liters. Not bad. Oops. Straw, we're sitting about 315. Beverage factory still got 16,000 liters in it, but it's operating. And it looks like pretty much everything from the straw market has been sold. So we'll go back to storing on those. There's still 238 liters in there. So by the next selling season, the next December, we'll have quite a bit to sell out of there. Let's look at our finances. How much will it tell us how much we've sold so far? About 20,000. But there's no way for us to tell how much of that is straw and straw products and how much of it is beer. So, alright. Go ahead and put our wagon away. Not going to need that. Oh, how much pig food do we have in that production? Not much. So, we'll leave it for another day. This here for now while we finish up what's left of the straw in the field, which really isn't too much. Just another couple of rows and we'll get it done. With this last little bit, we are done. So that was a pretty long harvest. Like I said, it was a lot of fun. So we had a bunch of stuff to do all at once. So we'll get this last little bit of straw delivered over to our straw distribution. And what I'll do is get the vehicle cleaned up, get all the vehicles cleaned up.
We've been pretty successful so far turning a profit on the farm, and today we have some work to do getting our fields prepped by subsoiling, seeding, and fertilizing for our next harvest. So let's get to it. I think the first thing we're going to do is get us a subsoiler. A little bit wider than the plow. This one is 6 meters, only takes 200 horsepower, so our newer tractor can pull it pretty easy. And I think I'm just going to go ahead and make it Massey red. There we go. Pick it up, do some first person driving here. I like to practice a little bit. I'm not that great at it. Tree. And that's why we practice. If you're not good at something, just keep doing it. Eventually you'll get better. So, move down, do a drive through town. Haven't done a drive-through for a little while. And the subsoilers do the same thing as the plows. They make it so that you don't have to really worry about any weeds. I prefer to do that so I don't have to mess with the weeds like a cultivator would. I mean, if I was on a massive, large-scale farm, then yeah, cultivators you can buy bigger for lower horsepower. Wouldn't be so bad. But the benefit of this particular subsoiler is that it folds, so I can put it wherever I want. I think I came in a little bit too much there. Straighten up. And we're good. Get this back to the farm and get started. Need some more practice doing first person. These fields on my right here, this small one on my right, and then when we make this turn up here, this next field on my right, this larger one, you can see all those different colored plants that are sprouting up. Those are all weeds, and by subsoiling or plowing you don't have to deal with that. Otherwise, if you do just cultivating, you end up having to either weed or spread herbicide. That's just extra money I don't want to spend. If I'm gonna take the time to do cultivation anyway, I might as well have a benefit. So that's why I use plows or subsoilers. Get started on this field. And let the AI worker do his thing. There he goes. While that's going on, we'll take the older tractor, hook it up to the planter here, seeder, pull it off to the side, now hook up our plow. While the new tractor is doing the two new fields, we'll take this plow over and we'll get started on the west side field. That way we can just kind of meet in the middle, get it done twice as fast. As long as I got it, I might as well use it. So, get the AI worker going on this west side field. And he's good. We're just about ready to finish up this first of the new fields. Done with the west side field. Just got to get this last little bit here. Done. Move over to the main farm field. That started. Almost done. This is the new fields. that fixed up. Do the tractor too, because I don't think we're going to need it. I'll use the old tractor to do the plant seeding. I think in the future I'm just going to have the new Massey doing all the subsoiling and the old Massey doing all the seeding. Just go right behind it. Everything is fresh and clean. Get the subsoil. Maybe I'll put everything in one side. So let's open this. Oh shoot. I forgot I put that wagon in here. Yep. Totally forgot about the forage wagon in there. Let's see. Sense to put it in the other side, I think, because I already have fertilizer spreader over there. The only other thing that's over here is that loader attachment. So I think I'll just put the subsoiler on the other side with the fertilizer spreader. Wagon on the other side. There's nothing else over here. This is back in. There we go. Go ahead and close that up. I'm not going to need that for another couple of months or game days. And door wasn't even the first break. Almost done. The last field. We'll go over and get this cleaned up. So I'll show you with the what the difference in selling price is with a piece of equipment that needs repair and a piece of equipment that doesn't. So if I go in here, if I wanted to sell this right now, I could sell it for $6,043. But if I go in here and repair it first, now I can sell it for, well, $6,050. So this particular example was terrible, but you can see that there's a difference between repairing and not repairing when it comes to resale. That's the only point I was trying to make. If you get some bigger equipment like tractors, it does make quite a bit of difference. and fast forward. Alright, we fast forwarded today, ready for seeding all of our wheat fields. Started with this west side field. On my way. AI worker going. While he's doing that, I wanted to take a look at what our finances were. So last month we made $143,700, which gives us a little over $200,000. And our straw and wheat are doing good as far as how much we've got in there. Distributor's working all right. And we have 10 more piggies that were just born. And it looks like our food capacity is doing pretty good. So we're producing a good amount of pig food, at least to sustain them a little bit. But with this extra money, I wanted to take a look at what the price of this field was. Oh, it's already been harvested. There's no crop on there. But let's go ahead and buy it for $108,000. I'm good with it. There's $110,000 left. But it does mean we gotta get the subsoil rack out. Right, just put it. Combine we've got isn't large enough. It would be a pain. I'd have to follow that combine everywhere to double loads. Maybe in the future we can look at getting a bigger combine and put them together. For right now, just keep them separate. Plus, I don't know yet if all the wheat that we harvested, if it's gonna be enough to last us throughout the year. I want to get to the point to where it's good all year with that lazy distribution. Finished up here. Last of these 3 fields. Wait until next season. One thing about Riverbend Springs, you have to constantly adjust your view on the trees around.
It's one of the reasons I actually really like this map. And getting going, seeding on the new ones, but I wanted to make a little path up to this field here. Smooth this out a little bit so there's not that bump in the middle. I'm going to take our new tractor and we're going to pull out some pig feed. Production only holds so much. Figured might as well get it out. Waits to fill up. Productions, if you have anything that's producing, fill up. It just won't produce it anymore. It doesn't sell it or anything. It just doesn't produce it anymore. So keeping this empty is seeding. That'll do it. All three of these fields are seeded. The west side field is seeded and the main farm field is seeded. So get our seeder ready to put up. Hold off on the tractor for now because I still need to do fertilizer.
spreader out and ready for next game day. That's the last thing we need to do. Fast forward a day. Game day in fertilizer going for the next fields. While it's doing the fertilizing, as you can see, we're still doing good on wheat. Pig food's getting up there. Still doing good on the straw. And distributions are doing well. Yep, still got 41,000 liters in there. And piggies are doing good. Food capacity is good. We've got a little bit of money. We're now up to 305,000. So now we'll move over to our new fields. We'll test our new driveway here. And no bumps. Pretty good. It's always satisfying when there's no bumps. And we're done with the last two fields. The new field didn't need it. Still has a second fertilizing state. So just more first person driving while we're up here. Clean it off or anything. There, I'll do it. Okay, so fast forward into November. Looks like we've got some big field that needs to be transferred for production. I just don't want that to get to the point where it's going to get full. It stops producing.
already screwing it up. Let me straighten back out. Nice and slow, nice and slow. Yay, I did it. Might have only been 5 feet, but I did it. That's why I practice. Piggies running around all happy. And take a look at our productions real quick. We still got a little bit of wheat left in there. And a little bit of wheat left in the production. And straw a little bit. And still got space for more straw stuff. Piggies are healthy. About halfway to reproduction. Feed is full. This way. It's the second time I've fed it over. Just in case I gotta move some more. Get everything moved. But as you can see, we have over $500,000 to spend. So I want to take a look. Man, that grain cart is teasing me, man. That multi-fruit planter would be nice. But what I think I want more than this stuff yeah, I think I'm going to look for a new combine and have this mod, which is an AGCO, so it's got Fent or Massey Ferguson. So let me put a Massey logo on there. Don't care about model year, don't care about design, GPS, extension. Don't know how long I want that pipe. I don't remember what size the headers are. I think they're just 25 and 28 foot headers. Just go with the default for right now. We'll make that Massey red. Try to match the rim color a little bit. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. That's only 292,000. But if I put the extension on, it'll hold 17,000 liters instead of 12,000 liters. I don't think I need it. If I need it, I can just upgrade it later. Alright, then we'll go in and sell our old combine. Got 34 for that. 2,800 for the header. Oh, yeah, I need a header. Oops. Go back in. And we've got the 40 foot. I don't need that. This 30 foot is the smallest one, so we'll go with that. I don't care about that design. Just make it Massey red. There we go. Now we got a new combine, new header. Pick it up and bring it back
This also means that next season we'll plow those 3 fields together. I don't have to worry about it. Just hoping it'll be enough wheat. Keep us going all throughout the year instead of just part of the year. But the next problem is I wonder if this thing is too big to fit in a little shack here. Just take a look inside this thing. A lot more fancy equipment. The radio and AC controls, little screen, little buddy seat. Yeah, a little bit more advanced than the other one. Let's see if we can fit. I think we might have to fold up to fit height-wise. Actually, we're good. Alright. Have to buy a new garage. Makes me happy. Let's take a look at the outside. Big and fancy. Looks pretty good to me. It is finally harvest time, and I cannot wait to get this brand new combine into the fields. So let's get to it. Before we get started, I want to go into our productions and just make sure that we've got everything turned on that we want to have turned on. So we've got our wheat distribution going. And we've got our straw distribution going. We can go ahead and turn back on our production. And I think the straw accessories are what sell for the most money. So we've still got quite a bit of straw left, and our actual production is full with the accessories, the baskets, and the crates. So I think what I'm going to do is set the accessories at selling. Well, I'll set all these at selling for today. But in the next month, I'll go ahead and shut off the straw baskets and the straw crates and just sell the straw accessories throughout the year. That way I get the most money off of it. And we'll probably use all the straw that we collect, not only this year, but for the next year as well. That way we can have an income coming in throughout the year. I think we're ready to go, so let's get our combine out to the first field. I love the sound of it. The sound is so awesome. Go ahead and unfold everything. And we're going to start with this west side field, just like we always do. Oops, got a little bit of the fence. Come on. Getting around that sign. Get out my way sign.
sure our AI worker is set up. And just make sure I've got swath dropping on. Yep. Alright. He's already missing a little bit, but I can go back and get that. And we're off. Brand new harvester. I believe this is our third season of a full harvest of wheat. Keep it rocking and rolling. Gotta come over and get our other tractor ready, Massey 8S. And while we're getting this out, I might as well transfer some more pig food over to the piggies. It seems like it's going extremely slow. I apologize for the break in the video. I had a power outage and lost the clip that showed we had an excess of pig food. We filled up everything in the pig sty and needed a place to put the remaining pig food, so I added a multi-fruit silo just to keep our pig food in. So we put that down and put all the rest of the excess pig food in, and now we're heading over to the field to see how our harvester is getting on. It looks like it's stopped, so that means that it's full. Spent way too much time messing with that pig food. So one of the benefits of having crop destruction turned off is I can drive right up to it over here. Get them emptied out. Do is I'll follow him when he makes this next turn. That way he's completely empty to do the rest of the field. Now, our last combine harvester held only about 8,000 liters. This one holds a little over 12,000 liters, so should be able to do. With this field, I was unloading the combine at least 4 times. With this one, should only need to be unloaded 2 or 3 times. Looks like that going with the larger auger was the right call.
just wait on the harvester to get full again and empty him out. Harvester made pretty quick work of that field, only needed to unload him twice, and he's just finishing up last little bit here. We'll get that put in the trailer here. Get them moved over to the second field. Get started over there. I think we're getting to the point now where I might want to start upgrading our equipment just a little bit. I think I'm going to want to have a bigger forage wagon for the straw. That way I don't have to make as many trips back and forth. But what I don't know is if I want to go with something, because I've got a couple of choices when it comes to the forage wagons. I can either upgrade to the Jumbo Pottinger, which takes 250 horsepower and holds 43,000 liters, which is arguably more, not really that much more than that Fent that I've got. Or I could go with something like this that's unrealistic for 250 horsepower and a cheaper price than the Pottinger normal forager. This has windrowers built in, so I can do multiple lines of straw at the same time, and I can also adjust the capacity from 50,000 liters to 100,000 liters or 500,000 liters to 1,000,000 liters. Now if I put the 1,000,000 liters on, I could probably just go and do all of the fields all at once and just have one trip in between all the fields and be done with it. But that's like super unrealistic. And it'll only cost me $150,000. Plus whatever it's going to cost to upgrade the horsepower on our tractor. I think this is the way I want to go, just for the interest of saving time for these videos. But yeah, I think this is where I'm going to go. What do I want? I don't want arm collisions. I don't really care about that billboard on the back. Keep it at 1,000,000, that's fine. I don't need a cover. The other issue is I'm going to have to leave this outside. I don't have a building big enough to fit it in. So that's not a big deal. So we'll go ahead and buy that. And we'll sell our Fent forager. Let's see where our harvester is.
is still doing alright. And the other thing is, I might want to look into as long as I'm increasing the horsepower of this tractor. Let's go ahead and do that while we're sitting here. Stick it up here far enough. There we go. Come on, I thought that was far enough. Okay. So right now we're sitting at 225, and I need 250 to run that. So that'll put it up to 86 or 66. I think it's 86. Okay. So that's going to cost me an extra 30,000. So that's not bad. So now we're not going to have a problem hauling anything on the farm with this tractor. But the other thing I might want to look at is increasing our wagon size. So this will go up to 34. 34,000, this Brantner. And I think right now we're sitting at 20. Yeah. So that might not be a bad idea. We also got these power tubes. Should be a lot easier to drive around. And then we got this flagel. That's pretty small though. Krone is the biggest. The Bergman's the biggest, but that only does forage. I think this power tube is the way to go. We'll keep the Michelin's on there. Let's see. Yeah, they got a red. That looks pretty good. Okay, so let's get that. I'll finish up. I'll unload the harvester once and then drop this wagon off, or empty the wagon out, sell it, go get that Brantner, bring it back, and we'll get to using that. Just pulled in with our brand new Brantner power tube. See, it's considerably bigger than that wagon was, but it'll make things a little bit easier. Not as many trips back and forth, and not as many trips back and forth to feed the pigs, because I can almost fit an entire pig feed production of the production produces just as much pig feed as this thing can hold. So it'll be just one trip, one time. I can wait for it to get almost full before I go get the pig feed. So that'll make it a lot easier. Getting ready to empty out the harvester for the first time with the power tube. We'll see how full it gets. I don't even think it's going to get half full. Which means we can pretty much do the entire field without having to cart back and forth. Not even half full, so we'll be able to do probably every field we'll be able to do without carting back and forth more than once or twice. So that'll make that quicker and a little bit nicer. Just finished up that field. Now we're going to move down to our other fields. I think what I'm going to do is go to the top one first. Then we can work our way down. I think I'm going to have to build a road out here. Tab back over to our tractor. I've already brought our new forage wagon over. So we don't have to go get that whenever we're done with the fields here. So loaded. There's another entrance to those fields up here. There's trees. Oh, there's this one. I think there's one up on the main road. Top, I think. This will be nothing to clear out. Build the road along the side. Yeah, there is a road up here. It's just on the other side of that other large field that we might look into buying. Actually, We've got a decent amount of money still. It's 184. And it looks like it's already plowed. Why not? Go ahead and buy it while it's cleared and plowed and put some more wheat on it. So now we'll have, connect these 3 fields. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4 large fields that we can put wheat into. That should last us the whole year. I did still have to turn off the production before harvest time because it was getting too low on the wheat front. But maybe this next large field will prevent us from having to do that. Awesome. Finishing up this last little bit on the first field. We'll drop off what it's got left. Started on the second to last field. I can't wait to plow these fields together. This is going to be a nice big field. And he's off. Get finished with the second to last field here. And we'll get this guy unloaded. Move over to our last field. Oops. Brand new combine. Already putting scratches on it. That's why I can't have anything nice. Alright. Let's get started on this last field. And we're done with the harvest. Come on, man. Making our last pass at harvest season. And we're done. Look at that. And this new combine made real short work of all these fields. New power tube trailer allowed us to not have to drive back and forth quite a bit. All in all, pretty good harvest season. We'll go ahead and get our combine cleaned up and put away. Then we'll get our power tube cleaned up and put away. I think this is where we'll end. What is this, part 8? Can't believe we're on 8 already. But yeah, we'll go ahead and end part 8. Hope you enjoyed having some fun with me. Enjoyed the new equipment. I surely did. It was a lot of fun. We just finished up our just finished up our wheat harvest, getting ready to start our straw harvest. So let's get to it. Remember in episode 8, we purchased this forage wagon with a windrower built into it with a 1,000,000-liter capacity. The hope is that we can harvest all the straw on all of our fields all at once to save us time. It's getting to the point to where we're getting way too many fields, way too much to do. Saving time is definitely to our benefit. So, see, the windrowers are actually pretty long. Get them turned on here. But the best part about these windrowers is that you can take up multiple lines of straw at once. And it should take us no time at all to get all of our fields done. About to finish up the first field for the straw harvest. Didn't take us any time at all to get it all done. I tried a couple of things. I tried getting 3 rows at a time, and that caused me to miss some spots. So 2 rows at a time is the sweet spot, I think. I think there was another spot over here that I missed. Yeah, there it is. Grab that real quick. Then we'll move over to our second field here. What I usually do with this piece of equipment is go around the outside once, try to pick up as much as I can, then I'll go back and get 2 rows at a time. I think we've got plenty of space in this wagon that we can grab all of our fields all at once. This is going to save a heck of a lot of time. I downloaded this mod because I was doing a silage map, or silage farm on a map that had a lot of large fields. And it got to the point to where whenever I play the game, I usually only play for maybe an hour or 2 at the most. You know, it's just all I have time for, really. And it was getting to the point to where I was only getting a third of a single field done with baling or foraging within that time period. And it was kind of getting irritating. So I downloaded this mod, and now it takes a fraction of the time. And I know it's very unrealistic, but makes it a little bit more fun so that I'm not, you know, I like mowing and baling and all that, but when it started to take me 2 or 3 days to finish one field, I wasn't really having much fun. You know, it gets kind of repetitive if you're just getting onto the game to do baling. But this definitely cuts down on a lot of time. Finishing up the last couple of passes here.
All of our fields will be done. There you have it. It's a little over, well, over 500,000 liters. Pretty good haul. Get this put away in the lazy straw distribution. Which I don't even know if it... Nope, tree. Hit the tree because I couldn't see the tree because of the tree. I still like this map though. Trees or not, this map is cool. I don't even know how much that holds. That holds enough, so we're alright. There we go. Alright. Good on straw distribution. Good on all of our wheat distribution. Everything's running. I turned off the productions for the 2 straw items that we're not going to be using. Get this sprayed off. So now all we're producing is straw accessories, and we're going to let that run throughout the year. That way we've got an income all year round, just like with the beer sales. Now this, don't really have anywhere to put it. Won't really fit anywhere, so we'll just leave it right here at the side of the barn. And we'll get our subsoiler. Which I think we put that right here in the center. Yep. And we'll just get that ready. And we'll fast forward a month so that we can do the subsoiling and planting at the same time. One thing I didn't check is how much slurry our pigs have been producing. And it looks like we got a decent amount of slurry. So, with the money that we make over the next 2 months, we'll buy a slurry spreader. And we'll use that, see if we can use that to fertilize our fields. And if we can get rid of our fertilizer spreader. That would be nice. It looks like we got 1 set of pigs ready to reproduce, and then the following month we'll have 3 sets of pigs ready to reproduce. Like I said, once we get up to a certain, get up to our capacity, we'll start going through and selling the pigs that we don't need anymore. So we'll go ahead and take a nap until the next day. It is now September, and we're ready to start doing our subsoiling and planting.
the subsoiler going down here first. Then we'll go get our older tractor and get it ready to start doing some of the seeding. Off and going. Get our older tractor here. Let's take a look at the pigs. Oh, they didn't. Are we already at our maximum? How many pigs can I fit in there? Huh, we are at our maximum. Can only put 80 in there. Okay. So, we got 3 pigs that are reproducing at the same rate. We've also got 20 of these though. What we should have done is gotten rid of 20 of them. Ton of them. So if we get rid of 10 of them, okay, yeah, let's do that. Sell 10 of them. And then we'll wait until these guys get up to 2,500 and we'll start selling them. We've only got 20 piglets left and now we all got his big hogs. So, yeah, we're producing a really good amount of slurry too, so I think we'll be able to get rid of our fertilizer spreader this year. That'll be nice. We've already, just in 1 month, made a decent amount of money. I think we're gonna be fine. Got my way car. Just park this right here for now until he's done. Close to being done with his subsoiling, and we'll get him started. Alright, so our AI worker is finishing up one of his last 2 passes. Once he gets going here, we'll go ahead and get our seeder tractor started. There we go. Started on that. I just gotta watch them, make sure they're not gonna hit each other. Now we'll
next field. So we're just about to finish up the main farm field. And our other guy, AI worker, he is still working on 3 fields down there. Haven't been able to connect them yet. So I'm going to send the seeder up to the field we just bought. It's already in a plowed state. So he can go ahead and start seeding that while we're still waiting on the AI worker to get done down on the east side fields. That's pretty good sized field up here. Is getting ready to finish up this last little bit of the field here. Then we'll go ahead and combine these 3 fields. How we'll do that is I want to make sure that I've got my steering assist on here. We'll get as lined up as we can. Make sure slip spoiler is on that corner. Drop it down. Let him follow. And what this does using the GPS is it gets us on a straight track so that we can just go straight, make a nice straight line from one field to the next. So then we get into this field, and there we go. There's our straight line. Simple. Perfect. Almost too easy. We don't need these lines anymore. Then we'll head down here. Do the same thing. Tension on a little bit at a time until we got it all the way across.
Just like that. Quick, easy, and simple. Easy peasy. There's this last little strip up. Just like that. So now we go into our AI worker. Notice that it's got all 3 fields in one. Steering assist the same way. And we've got one massive field. Nice. So right now, that'll be our biggest field. We got the one on the main farm, one on the west side. This one, AI worker still working on seeding. And I don't know. Maybe I'll just buy that one too so that we own the whole peninsula here. You know what? See how much it is. 100,000. Or anything there? Oops. Oh, Katie has already planted wheat, and it's growing. Well, thank you, Katie. I'll go ahead and take that. Katie's awesome. So, we are all done with our subsoiler. Not going to need that for the rest of the season. Oops. Driving right past my farm. Subsoil cleaned off and prepared.
hold off on the tractor because I want to purchase a slurry spreader next month and drop some slurry. Wait until I clean it, until I do that to clean it off. Hopefully there will be enough slurry for us to go ahead and get rid of our fertilizer. I'll just leave that right there. And we'll go check on our seeder. Field now. And about ready to head to the big field. This is where this drive is. Right near the intersection. So get him down here on this end and get him started. As we approach the last little bit of the big field seeding, we are done with the seeding portion of this year. So, take everything back, get it all washed off, put everything away, kind of assess a little bit about how this harvest season, subsoiling and seeding season went. I think it's pretty obvious that we're getting to the point now where we're large enough to where we're going to have to upgrade our plan for subsoiling and seeding, possibly get some bigger equipment there, which could mean saying goodbye to our 3670. It just won't have enough power to help us out anymore. It's with the slurry spreader we have, it's not even going to be strong enough. For the slurry spreader that I've got in mind of purchasing, it's not even going to have enough oomph to drive that around. And with us not needing to use fertilizer anymore, I don't think we're going to have any more use to it. It's been a good tractor. Got us through the first few seasons. So, get her all nice and cleaned up here. Get the seeder put back. Today is October. We did all of our subsoiling and planting last month. We now need to fertilize the fields, but we want to use the slurry from the pigs to do that. So we're going to have to purchase a slurry spreader and then get to work in the field. So let's get to it. We start by purchasing a slurry spreader. Let's go down here. And not really a fan of the farm techs. I think I'll take a look at this flagel. 225. Looks good to me. Get some Michelin's on there. Design 2 spreads it out a little bit more. Don't care about the rim color. Okay. So $107,000 down the drain. All right. Let's go pick it up. And grab it. You also see that red thing next to it. It is a horse weeder. We talked on the last episode about us needing to possibly upgrade our field working equipment. So I'm looking at doing cultivator instead of subsoiling, because the cultivators are a lot bigger and they run at about the same speed as the subsoiler does. We're going to keep our subsoiler though in case our fields need a plowed state. Normally they shouldn't. I think I might have turned it off. If they don't, if I have it turned off, I'll go ahead and sell it. But so we picked up a weeder. Now all we need is a cultivator and a new seeder. Something a little bit bigger. We'll start by getting all of our fields fertilized. And that starts with picking up the slurry. Now we have 47,000 liters of slurry. So the thing with slurry, if you go into your settings, and all the way at the bottom of the game settings, you see these AI worker details. And right now I've got them purchasing fuel when they need it, seeds and fertilizer when they need it. But for slurry, you can switch it over to the pigsty or turn it off completely. So what this is going to do is it's going to draw from the pigsty until it's empty, and then it uses the slurry that's in the tank until you're completely out. But the thing with this is, once you're out, you're out. It's not going to purchase anymore. The AI worker is just going to stop what he's doing, and he's not going to work anymore because there's no more slurry to go around. It's basically acting as though the AI worker is going back and forth to refill the slurry tank without actually going back and forth to refill the slurry tank. So we'll go down here and start on our western field. Okay. And I'm going to keep the fertilizer spreader around just in case we ever run out of slurry. I don't think we're going to get into that situation anymore, but just in case. Keep it around for a couple of seasons. So the slurry tank drops down and it starts spreading the slurry. Now you can see it. Well, maybe not. But if you go in here, you can see that it's actually dropping the slurry and fertilizing. So this will get us to our second fertilized state. Ooh. The new field's already got a second fertilized state. That's awesome. Wait a minute. That was plowed, so how does it have weeds? Well, I guess we're going to need that weeder this season. That's okay. Works for me. But we'll let this guy do what he needs to do. And I'll take him around to all the fields. And when he's done, or if something happens while he's doing his thing, I'll bring it back. Well, as you can see, we have stopped. That's because we have burned through all the slurry that we had, and we didn't even finish 2 fields. So the moral of that story is, there's not enough slurry for our farm produced by pigs. So, I think what we're going to do is let's go ahead and sell the slurry spreader since we know that's not going to work. And we'll grab our fertilizer spreader. Actually, you know what? Let's go and get that weeder. And while we're weeding out that other field, we can let the other tractor do the fertilizer spreading. Best way to test to see if you need a front weight is to get going backwards as fast as you can and then hit forwards. Okay. So my front tires didn't come up off the ground. I think we're good. Go ahead and get this started. Tractor fertilizer. Let's start here. This is a pretty decent sized weeder. Can't really see it, but you can notice, see how there's weeds, all those little brown patches, and then there's nothing behind this one. Get this older tractor doing the fertilizing. Up this field that wasn't finished. There it goes. So we can take a look. We can see where the slurry spreader quit. So now this tractor with the fertilizer is going to go out, and that's filling in some of the gaps. So it's just going to continue on where the slurry spreader left off, and then we'll get it going on the big field and then the tiny field. Finishing up this last little bit of fertilizer here. We'll move on to the small field that Katie sold us. Has that got weeds in it too? It does have weeds in it. Ah. Katie sold us a lemon. Field that has a bunch of work needs to be done to it. Well, that's okay. We got the weeder now, so might as well use it. Take it over, wait for him to be done fertilizing. Should be relatively quickly. It's not a big field at all, so. If we go to harvest it, it's probably only going to take about 5 minutes. Alright, we'll get this weeded and fertilized and bring it back. Alright, we're all done with the weeding and the fertilizing. So go ahead and get this cleaned up. I did buy this used, this weeder. So it's going to need a little bit of maintenance work done to it. I didn't do it before I started using it. Forgot to. That's okay. Worked just fine. I can just do the maintenance to it right here. Fuel up on here. Well, that didn't work the first time. Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit of maintenance. And I think we're done with our tractor for the season until we get around to harvest time. Got pretty dirty. Okay. Now we got to figure out a place to put this. Not exactly sure where, because it's pretty tall. I don't know. Might go on the other side. Grab our power tube and clear out the pig feed. That's pretty disappointing that slurry didn't work out. But it is what it is. I'll just end up selling the slurry now. That works too. See, last time I grabbed pig feed, it was going extremely slow, but I thought it was because the production was running. Production's running, and now it's fine. So I don't know if it had to do with... the game just had an update not too long ago. I wonder if maybe the update had something to do with it. Let's see how much this we can get in here. Not much. So it's a good thing we bought this multi-fruit silo. Which I wonder how much pig feed we've got in here. 7 liters, okay. I was gonna say, if we've got enough to fill up the trailer, I might sell it just for some extra money. I think we can keep that in the back of our minds for that. Or we expand our pig franchise. Maybe get a second barn of pigs. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Get this power tube back in. Come on. Not the best backer-upper, but I'm pretty good at trailers. Not good at wagons. I'll just leave them hooked for right now. There we go. Keep that shut down. All those doors are shut. Those doors are shut. Alright. Well, we are fertilized and we are weeded. So go ahead and end the episode here. If you like what I'm doing, make sure you like and subscribe. Hit the notification bell if you want to be notified of any videos that I come out with. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good day.